It is the big day. It is 10:10. We are live. We are 3 minutes ahead of schedule because that's how we roll, because we've got a great feeling that everything is going to be a little bit ahead of schedule tonight. Do you believe me? Do you believe me? We've got a fantastic live stream coming up for you. We're going to stay here until the cows come home, or in this case, I suppose the bulls. Come on back to us, bulls. We miss you. We can't do it alone, and I can't do it alone, which is why I am joined today by Jan from Tesla Fix is joining us in part for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. And what stream would be complete if we didn't have some live on-the-ground coverage? Jan, should we just jump straight to that?
Of course, let's immediately jump to it because
everybody
knows me already. So. Oh, hi.
Look who we got. Herbert himself.
Yay.
All right, guys, thank you very much. So we are live. I've got Scott Walter and myself right here at the Warner Brothers studio. It's they're going to open up at 5 o'clock. So right now, we've got probably hundreds and hundreds of people that are waiting in the parking lot here. It's called the holding area. And so we're going to go and interview some people and prepare as we prepare for this. So this is Scott Walter. Why don't you say hi, Scott?
Hello, hi, Scott. How are you doing?
And
nice seeing you.
From the Gate 8 parking lot here in Warner Brothers. And thankfully, we're actually in the parking garage. The acoustics is horrible, but we're shaded, and it's a little bit cooler than being outside right now. So it's a little bit of a reprieve. And eventually, we're going to be making the trek across at 5 o'clock and getting to go in. But, security is making sure everyone's where they need to be. And there's just like constantly people going by that we recognize. Everyone we know from the Tesla community is here. And I want to make a shout out to Jan. Jan, I decked myself today with, of course, the Optimus t-shirt. I was told by just going to make sure it has some SpaceX swag and some sort. It does say Starlink, but on the back side, we do have that logo. There may be something to do with it. And also, I don't know, Herbert, can you show the trousers that I'm wearing right now? Okay.
Why are we looking at your trousers?
Yes. Now, Jan, do you want to tell everyone the story behind the trousers?
No.
Oh.
No, he can't.
Well, I'm not really sure, but the Starlink cap makes a lot of sense because I want to see Starlink integration from the Robotaxi.
You're directly responsible for me actually purchasing this pair of trousers in Germany. Yes. Okay, just so everyone knows. So,
that's what everyone tuned in for.
Yeah.
Let's go down. No. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to walk around here. Let's introduce you to some folks. Let's start with Alexandra Mertz here. Can you connect that?
Yep. That's all right.
Alexandra, say hi.
Hi, Alexandra. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you, Brian?
Hi. So how's the event so far? Is it good? How's the energy? How's the energy? Is everything fine there?
It's hot and everybody's happy, but now it's been a long time to do something in this holding area. We've been around for an hour, so it's about 5 minutes. How are you, Jan? What are you doing, Berlin?
Yeah, so we're doing fine. Brian and me are just amazed, and we really are looking forward to the event. So that's nice. We have live coverage from the ground, and we're happy to see everybody.
It's hot. I can chat, but it's hot. See that?
Okay. Perfect outfit for this event. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Jeffrey. Say hello.
Sorry?
Say hi. What are you looking forward to?
It's kind of a weird angle. Why do I do that? What am I looking forward to?
So what's the main thing you want to see, Jeff? What's the main thing you want to see?
I want to hear about a Tesla network. I want to see the new vehicle. And I want to understand if there's any partnerships or other things that are unlocked.
Perfect. I really want to see Starlink integration in the Robotaxi, of course. And of course, this thing driving around without steering wheel. That's a main thing. I want to see that. I have to see that.
Thanks for shoving a camera in my face, Robert. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Let's take a look. Let's walk around.
All right, so we're gonna do a little walkabout, and let's see what else should we pick here. All right. So we have some people maybe we don't know that would like to tell us what the energy is that they're feeling. What do you think?
You guys find someone real quick. I'm just going to mention to the audience at home, if you're enjoying it, give it the thumbs up. This is a co-stream. It's going out on FutureAzA, me, the host. It's going out on Brighter with Herbert, bottom panel there, and it's also going out on Tesla Fix. Jan is also co-streaming it, and we're going to have a whole bunch of guests coming in later, and we will be here all day, folks. All day we shall be here. So let's get them unmuted and let them go.
Hey, Brian.
Hey.
And of course, and also, hey,
Hi, everybody. So maybe Scott ask some questions. How about that?
I'm going to put you on the spot. Anyway, put me on the spot last night. So what do you expect to see tonight?
Yeah, I think it'll be something historic. I expect it to be a nothing burger, but I think today I'm going to turn heads and exceed expectations. And I do not expect to start to sell more than $10 tonight. Actually, considering, but it could actually go to Spoon too, because the way it's been hyped, all the stuff see has okay ingredients of really good billing. So I'm excited.
Okay. Is there anything in particular, any moments where you need
I would say big Tesla Sunshine outside of Warner Brothers. Apparently, you can't prove this, but that's optimal stuff. And it's, I'm not sure. It's not validated yet. But I think there's some really good stuff happening. We're going to see vehicles for sure.
For those who are not fluent in gibberish, as I think Jan and I are struggling with this, unfortunately the audio is extremely crunchy because the audio is real rough. He's going to try and reconnect. We'll get back to them in a minute. I would point out that we are just 2:25 and 34 seconds from the magic. But like I said at the opening, it's going to start I started 3 minutes early. They can start 3 minutes early. That's just basic math, you guys. Yes. And in the comments, everyone is saying, fluent in gibberish. Audio is really crunchy. Yes. That is correct.
You know what my theory is about the audio? I think the mic is actually not really connected or not selected in the option menu, so or in the options from StreamYard. That's my implication, because it was just sounding like coming out of the phone. Because it wasn't working. Yeah,
it sounded a little rough. Now, I will say this is exciting. I saw this today. This is from the real Drizzy, Drake from Florida. He pointed out, look at how many Starlinks are on top of the Warner Brothers lot.
Ooh.
That is some bandwidth.
Yeah,
looking fat, and I love it. But wouldn't I? Yeah. So, what are you expecting to see today? I mean, let's start there.
I'm expecting to see a robotaxi with. I still hope for maybe not scissor doors but at least some kind of wing doors. I would love that, because I hope this also would be the baseline for the $25,000 car. So I really want to see that, to open up the door like going up. It's just nice.
It's just cool.
Yeah.
And also it's
cool.
easy. It's ease of access is what I care about. Yep. Let's bring on our first a guest from outside the area. We've got Brian Wang joining us. Brian, how are you today?
I'm good.
So a question for you, because you follow the future. What would it take for this event to be a disappointment? Like what would people look at and say, well, that wasn't enough?
In terms of the stock price, if they don't give a firm timeline, or if the timeline is well over a year, I think that would be disappointing in terms of like getting robotaxi or supervised something out there. That would be a disappointment, I think.
What would disappoint you personally?
Disappoint me personally, I would like to see some kind of deployment within 6 months. I think it can be supervised deployment. I think China has national laws on robotaxis that say you have to have supervised right now, and most you can have 3 cars for every 1 person. I personally believe all cars, Waymo, Apollo Go, all those guys with LiDAR are doing supervised at 1-to-1 or 1.5 persons to 1 car. So I think going through a supervised phase my belief is not that big a deal, and that you need to do it for the regulator itself to feel comfortable with. So I would like to see it come out in big volumes.
Do you really think that Waymo is at even less, worse than 2-to-1 supervised?
I think Waymo could be at 1-to-1 or one person to one car, and the best I could possibly see them doing is 2 cars to one person.
Wow.
But I don't think they're above that, is my personal belief. Based on Cruise saying that they were at 1.5 person per one car in their court documents, and then looking at the pictures from Shanghai, looking like it's at 1-to-1 for Beijing and those other Chinese car companies that are doing the same thing. They seem to be at 1-to-1 or worse, based on the stations I saw.
Wow.
So that's my
Wow. Jan, what would disappoint you?
Considering I live in a continent where we don't have access to this kind of technology, I would not even be disappointed when it will take 2 years for the robotaxi to arrive, in my opinion. But I get why people and everybody's anticipating a faster release. But not so much can really disappoint me. If I would be a little bit disappointed when it would be supervised at first. I know it has to be maybe, but what I could see is maybe a hybrid of, but that doesn't make sense. I've thought of the scenario that what about you having a driver license, you call a robotaxi, and then you get in and drive, supervise yourself, but then the robotaxi has to come to you. So I had a gap in my thinking there. So overall, I wouldn't be actually disappointed. I think it would be very hard to disappoint me at this point about this topic, because I live in Europe, so I'm disappointed all the time. So this means every nugget I can get out of this technology, I would really love. Yeah,
that would be a lot of fun. Tesla AI Girl is not at the event, but near the event, as I understand. Great little channel, shows a lot of normal drives. And what I love about channels like that, and they're increasingly common, is how routine the drives are. Jan had a chance to experience, I think, 11.3.6 and maybe another version when you were here.
12.4.1, which means no nag. So yeah, I had a good experience with that. Yeah, with
wow.
30 Teslas. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. He gets builds before me, but there. It is, so I'm on now 12.5.4.1, I think is the one I'm on. And it is great. I use it all the time. It just works. Now I've had people say, well, that means it's ready to go. And I say, it's not quite ready to go because it still can't read. And there's a no right on red in my neighborhood that is a weird 5-way blind intersection. And if I set the car loose, it would probably be a week before it crashes, and probably days before it gets a ticket. So, got to get that sorted out first. That's a substantial gap, but we don't see what's going on behind the scenes. They may have a lot going on that we don't see. Brian, could you see if you could turn up your volume a little bit for me, if possible? Okay. I want to say thanks to Matt for the Super Duper chat. Much appreciated. This is a very difficult process. I'll leave that up for a minute. It's a very difficult process. We're putting in a lot of work, and it's not easy, and it's, challenging. And then, of course, we also have a super chat on Herbert's channel. Hope you guys like my Cybertruck commercial at the beach on X from a few weeks ago. Very cool. Very exciting stuff. So, yeah, very fun. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Nope. Very cool. So the question was asked, Herbert will pop in and out. They don't have a static location. Starting in a matter of minutes, the doors will open and the masses will begin herding inside. I am, of course, concerned about the bandwidth issue for any event like that. The cell towers aren't expecting a cluster of 500 people to all be trying to stream video at the same time, and it makes it pretty challenging. I'm going to add one more guest at this time, Brian Rashetsky, who you may know as he was a drone pilot in the at Giga Texas. He did a lot of coverage there, but he has a lot of experience with Tesla as a product, as a company, as all that. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're a little worried because we've only got 3 Brians on the show, and we do have a Jan, and that's really it's making him uncomfortable. But
yeah, it's a little weird, but I might consider changing my name in the long run. So
I considered changing my name to get a ticket. But I actually looked up the court calendar to find out if I could get it done in time, and the answer was no. So that would be tricky.
Yeah, maybe you change your name to Elon Musk, then they just let you in immediately and get you into the CEO corner. And
yeah, because no one knows what he looks like. He's very reclusive.
Exactly. That's
he's a secretive man. Brian, what are your thoughts on today? Talk to me. Sorry, Brian Rashetsky.
Brian, yeah.
Exactly. See, it begins.
If we just had surnames.
We Three Stooges. We don't. Brian Rashetsky, you first.
Oh man, I don't know. There's so many different things to think about. It does seem like this is like finally that day we've all been waiting for. Something that when you talk to anyone on the public, they have no idea about this. And it's the one critical thing that I think will just change everything. I think we're going to see more of the Tesla bot than I think a lot of people I've heard discuss. I think there's going to be a lot more emphasis on the Tesla bot than I think we may think. And Grok integration into the vehicle. There's just a lot. And between that and then like entertainment, those are the things that I'd love to kind of brainstorm and think about in my head.
And you've got experience with Uber and Lyft, and you've got some perspective there.
Hold on. Sorry. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Now I know he's talking to Jan.
Oh man, sorry.
Screaming.
I did some Uber and Lyft for a while. When I first got an electric car, I just thought it'd be great to kind of do it, and it faded away really quick. I had like a Kia Soul EV, and when I got Tesla and got FSD, started doing it again just to see people's reactions on FSD, and I feel like you get it doesn't take long. You get a good insight on what the vehicle needs to be able to do that the driver, as Uber driver, would get, and questions and things and total random scenarios that you wouldn't think wouldn't think that it would be that easy to do without the driver. There's a lot more than just driving from point A to point B.
Now, my question is, do you know what the differential is? Like, how much does it cost per mile for real? Because I've done some $5 a mile rides that I was not pleased with. And I know the drivers were getting nowhere close to that. What kind of rates are realistic on the street?
That varies drastically depending on events, the city that you live in, all of those kind of things. It varies a lot. It varies the time of day. Of course, I feel like it wasn't worth it. Over the time, that's why I wouldn't even do it anymore, even if I was live streaming it or filming it with my GoPro, trying to put it on YouTube. Even with those type of things, it wasn't really worth it. There's totally more productive time I could be doing with the Tesla, but it was a big eye opener because no one knew about it. No one has a clue about FSD, and it really is the one thing that sure we're all wondering and thinking that. But I think this day is more about the technological convergence of multiple technologies coming together. The Optimus bot, I really feel Grok integration has to be in this. Doors that open and close automatically. You know, the entire process, not just a car that obviously can drive on full self-driving. We've all seen that. This has to be more than that, I think. It has to be the entire the entire system that is going to work as a whole.
All right. And Brian Wang, what do you think about all that?
So I'm expecting to see version 13, even though version 13 is now released. I'm expecting that to be in there, and thus you would be able to have in a hypermapped area, which they have hypermapped it, to have the without driver rides given across the 4x4 whatever block area of the back lot. I'm also thinking that the because we have delayed 2 months, and because there's been everything built to this point, I don't think that the reveal would be the weak reveal of the low expectation that people have. A lot of people are trying to set is that only show a vehicle or two that have it, and then give some long 1 year timeline out. That doesn't make sense to me. Like,
could you bring the mic in a little closer for us?
Sorry. Yeah. So I think that they would have more actual stuff revealed, and I'm expecting more time. So my expectations are higher. Could be disappointing. I think that if they don't reveal the firm timeline with under a year, and they don't have some significant volume on it, then or for vehicles of some kind to be made, then the stock will go down. They could delay revealing any using current Model 3, Model Y line vehicle later, because they said Q1, that gets up to Q2, and then they would not reveal it in this event because of fears of odd morning things. So sorry, did I not have anything going here?
I think that's all great. I think that's all good information. Jan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think. Could you repeat the question?
So here's a question I have for you, Jan, which is how critical is things like the door opening for itself? We had a comment a minute ago. Someone saying, great, it can do Uber Eats, but who puts it in the car and who takes it out? My answer to who puts it in is the store, the restaurant, just curbside like McDonald's.
The person that
hopefully.
Or the robo-dog that's jumping out of the car suddenly. I could also see something like this. Well, yeah. So, no, but actually this point with a self-closing door and opening door is a no-brainer. This needs to happen, of course, because when you just get out, it needs to close up by itself. And this is a concern with for example, if you use the Model 3 as a robotaxi, because then if the customer lets your car door open, you might have to have a system that you accelerate pretty fast that the doors just snap close, or the opposite, so they break off. That would also be a possibility. So, of course, it has to have for example, if it's like, I really hope for scissor doors. I like the idea of just this thing just going out and they're just opening up like this. Super nice. So something like this would be...
and a proven technology. That's not as fiddly as a Falcon wing door or even a gull wing door. We got another special guest joining us because that's how we do it here. We've got Yashu from Hit That Bid. How are you doing? And what are your thoughts, my friend?
Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, good to see everyone. I am super excited for 1010. You guys were having a great conversation. I was listening before this. What's funny is, the expectations within the Tesla community, I would say, are pretty moderate to high. But honestly, everyone else you kind of talk to is very muted on. They're like, it's going to be another event and it's going to be sell the news and nothing else. So I'm actually, for once, excited because we didn't rally going into this event as much as nearly as much as I thought we would.
Yeah.
Hopefully this time it's the opposite, that the expectations are like this and then suddenly it takes off. But I don't really actually care about the stock price so far. And Yashu, I agree that it's interesting how it's unveils now. And it's so funny, like me coming from Europe or Germany here, even less people are talking about it than in the US. So people are missing the point what's happening here. And I really love that even. Like it's awesome because then suddenly when it's already here, then everybody's like, oh, where did this come from suddenly, this revolution? Because I think it's interesting also hearing many of my US peers speak also about FSD and stuff, and sometimes I hear like, oh yeah, and this needs to be still approved, and like almost like complaining, and then I think, all right, you're in a very privileged position in the US. You are experiencing the forefront of technology right now. That's something you need to keep in mind. People, that's what I realized when I've tested the FSD, for example. It's like you guys over there are at the forefront of autonomous technology right now. There's no one, and I don't count Mercedes near to this, because they just have a traffic jam assistant because it disengages all the time. So if it doesn't disengage, then we can talk, but it does. So it doesn't make sense so far. And people commute to work every day with this technology already, and it's rolled out. And now you have pretty nice ass over there. So actual smart summon, of course. I mean, no profanities here.
No, ass went wide a week ago. We all understand. We're Americans.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah, but
a quick update.
Yeah,
a quick update. Herbert just called me. You know, you saw me on the phone. That was not my Uber driver telling me I got to go, but no, it was Herbert saying that they are now opening the doors a little bit early. See, I started the show saying everything's going to be 3 minutes early. Well, this is 7 minutes early. The corral has begun. And what do you corral? Well, the bulls, of course. That's where they go. So it's going to be. It's going to happen. It's going to be exciting. Yashu, I have a question for you. What do you think could cause the stock to actually move in either direction? We'll start with up. What would Wall Street need to see for the stock to actually go up on this event?
That's a good question.
I know.
My opinion, my opinion is that it's really the lag between what they announce and when we can expect it to hit the books. Because we know that Tesla talks about the Tesla bot and the stock does nothing. In fact, it probably goes down when they talk about it. With Tesla talks about this model and, alluding to this battery pack, and the market doesn't really care. But if they were to come out and I think talk what they're going to talk about, which, everyone knows all the rumors, and say, hey, we're shipping these within the next quarter, kind of like Apple, right? When they launched a new iPhone, they say, we're shipping these here in the next quarter or so. And there's like an imminent robotaxi city where they're piloting this, where they're going to have real revenue coming through. That's when I think we see the upside. The downside is pretty much everything else. That's the sad part of Tesla events, is like Tesla really has to hit a high bar with a lot of what they do at these events for them to actually have any benefit on the stock. Tesla is not like Apple. If Tim Cook comes out and says something, the market tries to price the majority of that in. When Elon comes out and says something, the market tries to price it out of the stock. That's really the big difference, in my opinion.
All right. That's all good stuff. Guys, any questions? Yes, Brian.
So I think the things that could
Wang.
make the stock rip would be that if they have some kind of major licensing deal, with the Chinese company, the Apollo Go, with some actual car manufacturer or something like that, that would be a huge deal. Most people don't expect that to happen. I don't think it will, but if it did happen, then that would be something easy to move the stock, where they say, okay, other people are bending the knee, just like when they did for supercharging, right? Everyone did that, even though it was money far away, it was, we're giving up, right? So if that kind of thing happens, then the stock rips. Some deals like McDonald's or other things like that, the DoorDash, those kind of things would be good. Not as good as cars or a robotaxi company coming in. And then I think things that indicate more cars are coming, using up that extra capacity that's available that they said would be used in Q1, then that would be something that would, I think, move the stock. And then really clear deadlines, which, again, within that 1 year time frame, the earlier the better. 6 months or immediate would be big movers, because again, no one's expecting that in the Wall Street analyst side. Yeah.
So Brian, we are getting a bunch of comments saying that we don't think you're using your Yeti mic. No matter how close you get it, the volume doesn't change. So okay. I'm not sure. And you are coming in a little on the cool side, but we're all pretty cool today.
It could be in the settings of StreamYard that you have to select the mic. Probably it's something like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, one thing I wanted to talk about is the pie in the sky theories that I've been seeing, and I've seen some real doozies. That what are some things that definitely won't be seen today? And I'll go first. One person said, "I think." I'm going to see you can place an order with an Optimus bot. He'll hop in a RoboCab, go to McDonald's, and bring it back. And I said, whoa, that's not going to happen today. Jan, why don't you go first? Have you heard any
So
crazies?
I just want to comment on that because I also read comments on my channel about this. Always with Optimus getting into the robo taxi and driving it. Why? This thing is the robot itself. So why does any robot would it look cool that he gets out of the car? Sure, absolutely. But driving it, no. Why? No, it doesn't really doesn't make sense. The fidelity of the feet needs to be adjusted, so it's just.
And then Optimus uses a calculator. What?
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly. No, but I think to please the Wall Street analysts, if Tesla doesn't invent time travel at this event, then they're out, kind of. And that's something like no, I'm not sure, but I think always people have interesting thoughts, but I think it's just show us the robotaxi, and that's
okay.
one big
Brian
deal, so,
Rashetsky, what's something crazy you don't expect to see?
I keep saying I wanted to see Jerry Seinfeld doing a Cars and Coffee with the robot in the car, and the robot's like he keeps asking him like, "Really, you're not driving?" The robot's like, "No, I'm not driving," and they do like a little bit.
I love
it. Yeah.
I don't expect to see that. Could it happen? Sure, I love it. Yashu, do you have any crazy theories you've heard that you're definitely not going to see tonight?
No, off the top of my head, but I do want to say Brian's point is a very astute one to make it a little bit serious for a second, because I'm just thinking going back to Hertz deal, right? When you look at the Hertz deal, Tesla stock moved. Why? I don't know. I don't know what Tom Brady and Hertz really had to do, because we knew the Tesla order book was already packed at that point, but they had placed 100,000 cars or whatever it was in 2021. I think your head is on it towards the right track, even with this, because if there is some sort of big partnership with a corporate brand or something more mainstream, do we see a moonshot? And I guess that's something to watch for tonight.
So I'm going to add in one more person here. We've got one of the biggest names who didn't get a ticket. It's the president himself, Joe from Tesla Owners of San Joaquin Valley. I imagine he's
hey Joe, what's up?
I love it. His background almost makes it look like he's driving, which would be a definite no. Joe, you are on mute. If you want to share with us your thoughts on any crazy theories you've heard that are definitely not happening today.
One thing that's definitely not happening is I'm definitely not driving. My time truck is. The other thing that's definitely not happening is I'm not showing up at that event because I didn't get an invite.
Oh no! I hear some people.
No, I think Brian's idea would be freaking awesome.
You're gonna have to narrow it down. This is a Brian intensive space. We only added a Joe, a Yashu, and a Jan, and I mean, really, that's that's kind of our quota. If you're a Brian and you're watching this, I think you need to join the stream. That's just all there is to it. Yeah. So, Brian Wang, have you seen any crazy theories that are definitely not happening?
People are saying that they'll show the Roadster and that it'll fly. I don't think that's going to happen. I would like it to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think even if they had that capability, I think they would have a separate event for it. So I don't think that you would pack that into a robotaxi event.
I agree with all that. I don't know how much Optimus we'll see. This is a We Robot event, but it's been hyped as a robo-taxi event. I mean, maybe not hyped. Maybe that's not the right word. We've been hyping it as as that, but they've called it that. They've referred to it as a robotaxi event. I think We Robot is just a great bit of marketing. So whoever did that is great. I do want to address this. Herbert was excluded. No, Herbert's at the event. He's walking inside as we speak. The doors have just opened. He will be back. But I am actually the one hosting this because I'm just cool that way, I guess. And I'm the coolest kid on the block. So they,
and of course, Herbert's stunt double. So that's why you're here. Yeah.
Yeah, I am Herbert's stunt double. That is very true. That is very accurate and the right thing. Any other crazy theories we might have heard that are definitely not happening?
Joe might have a theory. Joe, please tell us what's not happening, or should I call you King Joe?
Oh yeah, he's back in full regalia.
Well, definitely there's not going to be a robot driving a robot vehicle. That seems ridiculous. But somebody had mentioned how they would love to see the robot get out of the cyber cab, and I'm just like, I don't think you need a robot to drive a robot, but okay. So that's definitely not happening.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So
great
I'm
minds
looking.
think alike. Yeah. Brian just said that. What's funny is actually, and I have to hop off here for a little bit, but I might be back. The last thing I'll leave everyone off with, I think, for this event is, will we see the infamous Gordon Johnson at this event trying FSD for the first time? Maybe, just maybe, that might be the only thing we'll never see.
I mean, he was really suspiciously quiet in the last couple of, let's say, half year or something like that, because all the vaporware is pretty real and driving around everywhere. So I don't know what's his definition of vaporware is, but in my understanding, it's some software that actually doesn't kind of work.
Doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist yet.
Thoughts on board member saying, if you think you know everything being shared tonight, think again. I believe that 110%. I don't think we ever get to see. Actually, I would. Okay. On Cybertruck, I think we saw everything and some extra things that weren't in it. We did see, sail storage on the bed flaps. I don't know what you call them, the bed sails that were just in the render, but not in the prototype. And those, of course, did not make it into production for pretty obvious reasons. But I think there will be, just like with the robot demos, a lot that's held back. Thoughts on that, Jan? We'll start with you.
Sorry, I was answering comments.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Yashu, we'll get you on this one, and then if you need to drop out at any time, you can do that. What do you think about not getting all of it? Has he already left? Oh, he's already gone. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and do that. Brian Rashetsky, you take that one.
Oh, that's not good.
How much do you think they'll hold back? How much of what we see tonight will be, this is just scratching the surface, what's underneath it? Obviously there could be a number of licensing deals that are in the works that would not be mentioned. There could be a lot of stuff. What do you think?
I think what they would want to say would be licensing deals, those type of things that are going to show the revenue and the timeline. I think what Tesla no longer wants to say is too deep of the secret sauce, too deep of the, their manufacturing process, like the big things that they don't really want you to know about. I think we will, they might want to talk about the, unbox model and the way they're going to do it. But I think Tesla has expressed, or Elon has expressed, that, they no longer want to have too many of these battery days and these specific days that kind of give away their secrets anymore.
So I want to address this one. We need something solid. It's been 5 years plus of hype. Well, it depends on which product we're talking about. If you mean robotaxi, I don't know if hype would be the right word. I'd say missed guidance for sure. But this is not unique to Tesla. This is something that is industry-wide. If you look back to 2012, 2014, every company out there, and there were 100 of them, were just sure that they themselves would solve it by 2020, along with 4 or 5 of their competitors. How could they have all gotten it so wrong? Well, because they misunderstood the scale of the problem, and that's where we're at. I agree that we need to see something big, and we'll find out soon what it is. And I'm going to kick it over to Brian Wang here in just a second to answer the same question about what's not being withheld. But first, let me say, like if you like, subscribe if you need to subscribe. This is a co-stream going out on FutureAzA and also Brighter with Herbert, who will be joining us later live from the event. He was here a bit earlier, and also going out live on Tesla Fix with Jan. Thank you all for being here. Brian, what do you think about something missing under the skin?
Well, I don't think they'll have time to get into the technical issues that, they're doing all the work on improving things and building the vehicle, that kind of stuff. But I think they'll have, only 69 minutes to really present, here's what we're doing, and then it's going to be transferring over to giving rides. So I think there's only so much time to show some stuff. It's okay, here's the vehicle, here's what it does. Even that could take, 10, 15, 20 minutes if they, get in and out and show a lot of things around it. So I think each of the demo things will take up a lot of time. So there's only 4 or 5 things you could possibly present in any kind of meaningful way is what it is. So it has to be the highlights, 4 or 5 big things, and then it's off to the races, I think.
And of course, just as I was going to kick it to the president himself, he'll be back. He'll be back. And we will have more exciting guests coming along shortly. Anyone want to add anything that I may have missed on what will not be mentioned, Jan?
So,
yeah,
I'm not
and
sure.
someone in the comments said, I think you misunderstood what the question was. And maybe I did, but we're having fun.
Yeah.
We're filling time. We've got about 2 hours until this starts, but there is a thirst for what we do. So we are doing it, you thirsty, thirsty viewers.
So let me just finish my point here. I think that we won't see I'm not sure if we will see the cyber van, as a product category launch. I think we see the robo taxi lineup, which could include a van type vehicle where you could, or multiple passengers seaters like they had in their.
All right. Well, Jan will be back in a second, I suppose. There was a question. When will Herbert start live streaming at the event? We don't know. He will pop in when he is available. He will share with us insights, I assume, once they're in and settled a bit, if connection is reasonable, and we'll go from there and find out as that happens. We do have Joe back with us, perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll wait until his buffering issue is resolved. Oh, there he is. So, Joe, the question is, do you think that there will be something that they haven't disclosed that we will hear about? Or did we already do that one? Oh, man, I'm losing it already.
No, I think I think Tesla does a lot of chess moves, and I think this is going to be an event, definitely, where you're gonna see what you thought was never what you thought. You know what I mean? Like they do these things and have these ideas that we think we have an idea of, and then when it comes to fruition, you start to realize like, oh, we didn't know nothing. So I think there's going to be a lot of that. Like everybody has their speculation, wishes, and dreams of. I mean, this is like a Star Wars movie, right? Everybody who's a fan knows the greatest Star Wars characters and how to make the best Star Wars movie instead of anybody who actually made it. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. But Tesla plays a lot of things close to the vest, and they keep a lot of secrets, and they always exceed the expectations. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed. Oops, I clicked on the wrong one. Panel, tell me if I'm wrong. If they haven't applied for any approvals on a new car design, it's going to be at least a year before we can get anything mass produced. I would address that by saying in the US, vehicle manufacturing is self-certified. So if you have certified it for road use, it is certified. So that would not be an obstacle. the bigger obstacle would be companies do months of road testing. We typically see at least 5 to 6 months from the time a new vehicle hits the road, and we see shots of it out in public testing from then until it actually is put into production. So I think that's the bigger one there. And guess what, guys? We have got joining us, Herbert is back.
Welcome, everybody. So we're now moving. Thanks, guys. We're moving. There's a group of us. There's quite a number of folks entering into the Warner Brothers studio. You can see that we've got Tesla Boomer Mama there, and there's a big lineup. Everybody's trying to wait for. This is really the front of the line here, and you can see that they're really slowly putting everybody forward. So we'll dial back in again and show you if we can. But they did say that they're allowing cameras and reporting from inside. So stay tuned. Thanks, everybody.
That's very exciting. Thank you for joining us, Herbert. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you when you are stable again. Yes, of course it's me, Alexandra. Hello.
No, that's Kathy Kilcher.
Oh, Kathy. Oh, hi, Kathy. I just heard a voice, and I didn't know who it was.
She's here too.
Yeah,
I know who you are.
You know, Kathy knows who I am. Of course.
See you guys.
Very fun. Thank you, Herbert, and we will see you in a little bit. Very cool. So did you guys have thoughts on how quickly a new model could be implemented, could actually be rolled out if we see it today and they say it's design locked, it's ready? How soon could we see it?
So they're not going to have anything design locked.
I would tend to agree.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Brian Wang.
So under the assumption of the question is that they have kept it secret and they have something design locked. So under that assumption, how fast they roll it out, then, based on how fast they got the Model 3 Highland going in Shanghai, then they can go very quickly. So my understanding is that they have increased production in Shanghai to a car every 30 seconds, which would mean you could get as many 1.2 to 1.4 million cars out of China, which means that you could have dedicated lines sitting there ready to go, Model 3, Model Y line ready to ramp. So then if you had everything geared up, from the beginning of last year or whatever, to produce something with the Model 3, Model Y lines using the existing supply chain, then as fast as they did in China for Tesla, for the Model 3 Highland, is the optimal situation. So getting to 30,000 vehicles by December would be, per month would be something that could be possible.
So I'd say we can't know the answer because we don't know the design. Is it something very, very simple or as simple as the Cybertruck was meant to be? If it was, the ramp will take longer, the total production will be higher, but we just don't know. The Highland, while a 50% new vehicle, was not a revolutionary vehicle. And we've seen a much slower ramp on Cybertruck because they were doing a lot of things for the first time. Definitely for the first time for them, but frankly, for the first time for anyone. So I think we're going to see a potential delay on that front. But we have seen in Texas on the drone footage, the entire first floor of the parking garage has been security fenced off, privacy fenced off, so we can't see what's in there. Is there a dozen robocabs? We don't know. 5 dozen? We don't know. 0? Still don't know. Jan is, of course, back once again. He threw his coffee on his Wi-Fi router, I've decided.
Yeah, that's it. So I really need Starlink because at some point, because in Germany we have now 2 a.m. 15 around that ballpark. So just so you know, I'm not tired, obviously. Of course I am, but the internet just cut off. I think it was just whatever.
Yeah. So we do have more guests coming up later in the show. Some pretty exciting ones, but we will get to them when they arrive. Don't want to spoil the fun, but there are a couple big names and a bunch of other names that are, but I mean, some are just like eye-wateringly big. Tesla Larry will be here. He was actually the first one to show up, but he was driving and that's not something we do is drive and stream. Of course, that's not something we would do. Let's see here. I would like to see robo self-cleaning tech today. How important is that? Let's start with Brian Rashetsky. You have.
We start with Joe now. I want to hear Joe.
Okay, let's hear from Joe, I guess. Joe.
Don't we already have that? Don't we already have robots that clean already?
Robots, exactly.
Yeah, chuck a Roomba in your car, good as new. I don't know that is adequate for the application, but to their credit, at least Roombas have no natural predators, so they should do all right in the wild. The idea there was a patent we saw. Oh, and he's gone. It wasn't me kicking him out, I swear. There was a patent we saw of a spritzer basically that disinfects. That's not going to be enough to clean a public use vehicle, in my opinion. Brian Rashetsky.
Well, we also saw the lasers on the windshield.
Yeah, that's.
Remember the lasers for the wind?
Yes, that was grossly misunderstood, and it frustrates me to think of. I mean, it's like high school science. You learn how much energy it takes to boil water, and then you think, oh yeah, it's raining, a half inch an hour. I'm going to ablate that with a laser. That would be, well, you'd take down aircraft, is what I'm saying. So great, Brian Rashetsky, cleaning bots. What do you think?
Yeah, the laser thing didn't seem to turn out as we planned, I guess, because now we just have one giant wiper. But I was saying the same thing as Joe. It's a Tesla bot. Like, Tesla bot can clean, no big deal. I don't know if they need to create anything else that is specific to cleaning other than Tesla bot with a vacuum attachment or a cleaning attachment, whatever it may be, or just grabbing it with his hand and using it like we would. So
Brian Wang, go ahead.
Well, if you're making a new vehicle, then you could design it to be easy to clean. Some kind of like
integrate it into the vehicle. Yes. Yeah.
Like the back seat of a police car.
Okay.
Yeah, the back seat of a police car. They hose it down, that kind of thing, and just flush it out quickly. So if you had it designed for the purpose of a fast turnaround, then you could do things to make it simple. Just like you could, the unbox process is, big Legos, and you're speeding up the process. If you change what you're doing, then you can make that problem far easier.
Exactly. And to answer a question that just came up saying, are we going to see the show itself? The answer is, of course we will, as the clock ticks down. Now, this is a good idea here. Fart remover, I'd pay dollars for that. We've already got the technology, my friends. We've got ventilated seats. Just reverse the flow. Done. Problem solved.
Fun thing is, it is like that. It sucks in the air. It doesn't push the air out. So this already is there. That technology exists right now, the fart removal.
Yeah. And if you crank it up high enough, does it work on sick? I'm just asking for a friend. So these are all interesting things. Let's see. We are still getting complaints about Brian Wang's volume. Unfortunately, I don't know what to say. So that is something I guess he can poke around on the settings, see if we can figure it out. Let's see. Thanks for all your commentary. I'm tuned in through the event. Today's my Friday. Today's my Super Bowl. So I'm here for the duration. I'm here for the long time, not the good time. We'll find out which is which. This is going to be a big event. Does anyone have any speculation as to the total number of attendees? Kind of a tough guess since we're the only ones not there, but guesses? Anybody?
I think about 1,000. 1,000, based on how many people have lined up there.
I think it's going to be more like 2 or 3 based on the number of people we collectively know who are going. And you've got to figure there's a whole lot of people who never announced that they were going, who we've seen showing up, and a whole bunch of people, of course, in the background that none of us recognize because they're not, because they don't stream every minute of their lives like I do, for crying out loud. Oh, is Beyonce or Taylor Swift going to be there? I heard they're going to do a duet at the end. Oh boy, let's dream big, you guys. Why not? Is the
I hope
real? Yeah.
I hope that everybody printed out their CERN Basher bingo cards so we
Yeah.
can play the CERN Basher bingo. Of course, we need to do it. So actually, we maybe look into that too. I'm gonna take them out of X, and then we can just look at those too. And I also have a special, if you like, we could also check this, because I've did a very interesting interview with somebody about the scenarios of the RoboCab or CyberCab if it was in Europe, kind of. And I'm actually right at the editing process right now, and I couldn't make it before the event, which is sad because we are speculating about the Robotaxi. So an episode that I didn't launch so far. You could also check it out. But first, Scott is back again. So let's
Scott
see what's
is
happening.
back. Scott, you are in a super, super quiet and modestly sideways place. Wow.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you see me? You know what I need to do? Give me a second here. I've set everything up completely wrong, as usual. Trying to get on here.
There you go. You have it.
Okay, there we go. Is that everyone recognizes me from the voice? When I start talking, then they know. All right. So we're still over at gate 8. The parking structure is behind us here. So you can sort of see the cloud behind me. The sun is setting, so we're hoping it's going to get a little bit cooler. We need to make it over there. So we're being sent over in slugs every now and then. We get to cross the street, and then we probably have to go through the same security. So there are way more people here than I expected. They said it was going to be limited. This does not look limited to me. And I would say we were thankful to actually be inside that parking garage because it was naturally cool. Out here, it's still a bit warm, but I'm sure when the sun sets, it's going to cool off a little bit. And there's definitely a lot of energy here. And let me see. Should I do like a man in the street interview here? Do you want me to ask anyone how many
I would love that.
cybercabs or any questions you'd like to ask?
Sure, let's start with that. How many cybercabs are we going to see?
Hey, everyone, how many cybercabs? How many are we going to see? How many cybercabs? 5. 5? 20. How many steering wheels? 0. 0. Okay, we get 0 on the steering wheels. 5 is a common number I heard from everyone that I asked. We have some people. How many think 20? 20. We got a couple of 20s. 20s back there. How many think 100? Yeah, no one's going to think 100. Okay. There's some 5s. How many think we're going to see at least one? Yeah, I think most of us would think that we're going to see at least one. So, any other questions you would like to crowdsource here, Blair?
Oh, boy. Deployed when?
Oh, deployed when? That's a tough one.
I know.
Okay. Deployed when? When do you think it's going to be deployed?
Mid next year.
Mid next year.
Maybe with drivers before that.
No, as I've said many times before, to have the correct prediction on when FSD is going to be available in the CyberCab, all you have to say is not this year. Okay? Eventually you will be wrong, but your track record will that you have been right many, many times on that prediction. I'm going to go with not this year because there's less than 3 months left in this year. What do you think, Brian? What do you think, Jan?
We're all divided, but we're thinking, definitely not this year. Would you say that there's 1,000 people? Would you say there's 2,000 people?
I'm really bad at guessing. How many people you think are here? How many were invited?
300.
You think at least 1,000? 1,000? I'm hearing 1,000. How many jelly beans in the jar? Okay, I'm not getting that. So we're talking, it's interesting. I'm not hearing 1,000. Well, let's say not more than 1,000, not 2,000, but yeah.
Serving Tesla tequila tonight.
Tesla tequila tonight. Let's see. By Optimus. Could be. Now, the thing to remember is that how big is this slug? How many people are right here? How many people do you think we see right now? Let's guess.
I'd say 150. What do you guys think?
but 150 right here on this side of the street. But and there's still more behind us in the garage. I think at least 2 or 3 slugs have gone ahead. So it could be in the order of 1,000 for sure. I would think.
Wow.
Maybe somewhere around there.
Wow. Very exciting. Very cool. You love to see it. Panel, any other questions for the crowd, for the wisdom of the masses?
How many Optimus bots?
How many Optimus bots, Scott? What do you think of that?
Oh, pardon. Repeat the question.
How many Optimus? How many Optimi?
Okay. All right. How many Optimuses? Wrong. The question is wrong. It's how many Optimi. All right. How many Optimi?
4.
20. I have 20. There's a bunch. A bunch is 5. Did you know that? A bunch of bananas means at least 5. Okay, so
we are learning so much.
Yes, it's not 4. 4 is not a bunch. So if you want a bunch of know-it-alls, you need to have at least 5 of us together.
No, 4 famously is right out.
Here we go.
All right.
So Scott, what have you heard so far? What was the main thing people are talking about or are most exciting about from your impression? Okay. Now
we hear everything from something like seeing the Roadster with the SpaceX package to there'll probably be an impressive drone show because supposedly there was a test run last night that some people got some pictures of, and the drone show showed Optimus, the head, and there's clearly the feeling that there's going to be a couple of product reveals. A lot of people think there'll be the cyber van along with the cyber cab. Maybe showing a couple other types of robot form factors under tarps. So we'll probably see something that looks like maybe a robot dog under a tarp. One other kind of thought, and I'm going to throw this back to you. They're pushing a lot of traffic, physical traffic, people to the showrooms for the watch party. And I'm wondering if there's going to be some product unveil tonight that you can order and that you can only order by being at the showroom. What do you think?
I think you should ask the crowd.
Oh, okay. Once again, crowdsourcing. Is there going to be a product that we can order tonight?
No. Maybe.
I get a no and a maybe. So there you have it. So once again, there'll be a reveal, but something you can actually order tonight.
No. Order or pre-order?
That's a good question. Okay, pre-order? Let's go with pre-order. There'll be pre-order, but not something you can order.
I think the question should be, can you pre-order an Optimus tonight?
Yeah. Okay, this is the thing. If you can, all right, let's do it this way. If you could pre-order an Optimus tonight, and the down payment was $1,000,
hell yeah,
and the price was going to be $100,000.
But it's not going to be $100,000.
No, let's say it's $100,000 right now because it's early. How many would you order? You are number one. They point to you and they say, you can order as many Optimi as you want right now.
I'm a cheap ass. I don't want.
You only order one. Okay.
I would take an order for 200,000 and then I would get buyers.
You would get buyers. Okay.
So maybe there'll be plenty of buyers.
Let's say the down payment is $10,000 for an Optimus, and you got 7 days to come up with the money.
I have somebody who can come up with money.
Okay. I know. I'm not talking about one. Would you say 100? Let's say it still costs $100,000. $100,000, 10,000 down to not okay, 10,000 for each order within 7 days. So you can put it down right now, and if you order 10 Optimi, that's 10 times $10,000. Can you come up with $100,000 by the end of the week?
If you can, the question is, do you have a guaranteed delivery date?
Yeah, 2 weeks. That's
the question.
That's the question. So I don't know.
If there is 10 being delivered by Elon personally, then yes.
Okay.
By the way, they won't be 100,000. He's already said they have the class around 20.
Eventually, they'll drive it down to there. But wait a minute, you're throwing away money. Or let's say you're taking money off the table. If you can buy an Optimus tonight, how much would you pay?
Tonight. Take it home with me.
Take it home with you.
First Optimus?
The first, yeah.
Well, I'm not an influencer, so I haven't.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm saying that you're a businessman. You've got a use case for Optimus. How much would you pay for it?
Pay tonight, 25K.
25K, but you would pay more, wouldn't you? How much is it worth?
How much would you buy an Optimus tonight? You're taking 5 times that if you can.
5 times that. Okay. It's minimum worth is 50,000 a year, probably. It's worth 50,000 a year, right? So if there was 100K mark, is probably 100K. Okay, so people be willing to pay 100K.
Can you go up and downstairs?
Yeah, I assume it should be able to.
Can you do my laundry?
Can it do your laundry? Can it do your laundry? Well, there we have it. So everyone's willing to pay at least 100 grand for one Optimus.
That's delayed.
Brian, you're not on. Like your mic is muted.
Scott, we're going to go ahead and check back in with you in a little bit. Get back with us. We can leave the video running if you'd like to leave it running. I think you're saying something. Let me unmute you. What's that, Scott? What?
Checking with you later.
All right, we'll talk to you in a bit.
See you, Scott. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. All right. So, guys, this is ridiculous fun. The audio gets a little crunchy at times. James has gone green. Maybe he'll be back. We'd love to hear his thoughts on some of these very exciting matters. Brian Rashetsky is joined by a special guest host. And yeah. And you know what, guys? All of this stuff, don't just, but let's see here. Scott is still talking. It's so loud. It's very, very difficult to work with. Oh, and now we've got Herbert.
6-year-old.
But I love. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Herbert, you are live. What is up, my
I'm
friend?
live. Okay, thank you guys. We're still waiting in line. We're pretty close to the front, but there's pretty security, right? They're going to check everybody, but they've not let anybody into the Warner Brothers studio yet. I'm way ahead of where Scott was. He's like so far behind me now. I'm way ahead of Alexandra. She's a little bit behind. And Jeff is further back. I need to save him a seat. But yeah, you want to people here want to say hi? You want to get in camera? No? All right. This is a good
plenty
one.
of
Watching
that
you,
before.
watching me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone at the event.
Hi.
Oh yeah, you've actually got it pulled up. That's very fun.
Awesome.
Let's see here. So yeah, when you get inside, definitely get back
come
with
back.
us, and we'll see you then and there for that. Oh, Jan has a question for you.
Yeah, one question, Herbert. So far, from the things you've heard already, Herbert, what was the main thing people talked about?
Well, a security guard apparently told one of these guys that I just talked to you here that there's that cyber van.
Ooh, spoiler alert! Oh
A what?
Security guard
man,
saw it. But
A what?
yeah,
a cyber van.
a van.
Oh, okay, that's interesting because my theory is they will use the cyber
van
van,
rocket.
like if it's a cyber van, it's on the platform of the
Yes, Red River
cyber
Road.
truck because Europe did not.
Look what we just
so
did.
far, we don't
Boom.
have a cyber truck. So I think for Europe and the rest, like for Europe, a Sprinter van type of vehicle
Cyber
would
van
be
would be used.
insanely good.
Oh yeah, for Amazon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, and the boring tunnel.
Like just
So I'll dial in again later. Yeah.
We'll talk to you soon, Herbert.
delivering package.
Yeah, and it's all what you would need for the boring tunnel as well. Not so much for moving a few people at a time, but it's going to be going to the airport. And from the airport, you'll want to be able to move a whole group of people with luggage. And also from the arena, from the stadium, they've got sporting events. If you need to move 20, 30, 40,000 people out in an hour, you need capacity. And that's what a van represents to me.
If the
And I do
cyber van, if they're making that within 6 months, so if that's the case, they can have it. They make it in 6 months. I think stop and stop.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm waiting. The fact that the guard called it a cyber van and not a van to me means a simpler design, something that they could ramp quickly. Do we got the batteries? Do we? That's a question I have. We'll start with Brian Wang. Do we have the batteries? I know Elon has said repeatedly we're not battery constrained, but not all batteries are created equal. And if you're looking at something that you're going to ramp to the hundreds of thousands, millions, you could run into a battery constraint no matter how much supply you have today. Where we at?
If you have CATL, I thought they were at 70% capacity. So CATL can make 100 gigawatts extra battery per year, and then other suppliers. So if you're not using your own 4680s, then you're not constrained, and you can make whatever vehicle you want.
Except we've got those big import tariffs now.
Right, but okay. So in Shanghai production for Shanghai for Asia, you're not constrained, and then I think there is still capacity in North America, from other suppliers as well. 4680s, they're getting on the cusp of serious ramping. So getting to an extra 10 gigawatt hours per quarter by Q1. So you have 40 gigawatt hours, 60 gigawatt hours for the full year beyond Cybertruck. I think that's a doable thing. So that's my opinion.
I think that's reasonable. Jan, what do you think? Do we have enough? Do we have enough to?
Yeah, no, I think no, seriously. I think if they I'm not sure if they will deliver the van immediately. I think they will do a pre-order type of deal again, and then they will just do it based on the Cybertruck, I assume, to get it rolling, because Europe didn't get a Cybertruck so far. So I think they might just skip it directly to the van, probably.
I think
because it's a better form factor for Europe. So that's just.
I think the Cybertruck frame would be overkill for strength requirements, but that doesn't rule it out. James Stevenson on screen joining us, chart wizard extraordinaire, master of the spreadsheet. How are you today, James?
That's me. I am all of those things, I guess. Yeah. Let me make sure I turn the right speakers on. I'm putting these earbuds in my ears, so I may as well use them as earbuds.
Yeah. First question, how are you with the weather? Everything good?
We had a hurricane come through last night, so it was very rainy and windy overnight, but no fatalities apart from little green branches in my yard.
Good. Glad to hear you're safe. Yep. Do you think any of the things we're talking about are pure mental, or what? Or is there anything we're going to see today that Wall Street would actually be able to look at and say that's the thing?
Wall Street wants stuff they can plug into their hand-me-down auto industry spreadsheets that they got from their predecessor in whatever Wall Street analyst role they were hired into. And Wall Street analysts want to do as little work as possible. That is what they're about. So it's going to be a challenge to get them to plug in any future cash flows that would be driven by the product being launched tonight by Elon Musk. He's calling it a product launch, not an unveiling, which those may sound like the same thing, but those aren't the same thing. Launching a product is good for future earnings if you've got a product with a positive gross margin, and all Tesla products, to my knowledge, have had positive gross margin. So I will be modeling it into my Tesla earnings forecast model, but we'll see whether the Wall Street analysts do likewise.
And that's, interesting. I love the thought that they really are hand-me-down models, aren't they? They're well, if it was good enough for Granddad.
Yes, they just wipe out the name General Motors or Ford and plug in the name Tesla, and they change all the other values that were in that spreadsheet to what they think Tesla's going to do, and then they go to lunch. That's
well,
it. That's
I already
work for them. Yeah.
But I already have this spreadsheet, so I mean, it'd be crazy not to use it. And I think we've seen that a lot with some of the ridiculous price targets. I think it was, I want to say JP Morgan Chase for Infinity had a target of like 125. When the stock was at 350, they're like, yeah, we're going to upgrade it to 126. So what are you...
Well,
what are you doing?
Tony Sacconaghi got a pretty good reputation over the years for being a smart guy. but he has been bearish on Tesla the whole time. They were all wrong. Every analyst was wrong. The highest price target there was on Wall Street 5 years ago was $500. If you don't count Kathy Wood. Kathy Wood was at $4,000, and they made fun of her. And then Tesla stock split 5 for 1, and then it split 3 for 1, making Kathy Wood right and everybody else very wrong.
Well, to be clear, it wasn't a 5 for 1 split. It was a 420 split, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure that's how the math works. Yeah, there's
20 for 4.
Yeah. And Kathy Wood got the right number, but she did it with the wrong math. So I think you get partial credit for getting to the right answer, but she was assuming that FSD would be complete and that's where all the value would come from. And now that she sees the values there without it, now we've got a loftier ambition. And that number didn't include really stationary storage, which at the time was just a handful of Powerwalls and a Megapack demo with no real customers yet. This was before the South Australia plant went in and crushed it in terms of revenue and return on investment. That was absolutely insane. Is there anything, one of the fun discussions we had earlier is, what do you definitely expect to not see tonight? We included flying cars. We included Optimus driving a robotaxi manually. I went ahead and added to that using a calculator because, I mean, that makes just as much sense. Anything that you've heard that you definitely don't expect to see?
Yeah, you shouldn't see an Optimus robot moving the steering wheel of a car. What would that be for? You may see one as a passenger in a driverless vehicle tonight. That would make more sense, I think. Yeah, funny stuff.
Yeah.
I would put in the category of things we will not see tonight. No two-wheeled vehicles. Sometimes people say there's going to be a motorcycle or something. It would be really cool if you let Franz von Holzhausen design a motorcycle for you. There have been electric motorcycles, but Tesla's never going to make one because Elon was in a very bad dirt bike accident as a teenager and said, I will never make a vehicle with less than 4 wheels.
Okay, so that answers this next question, which was Chris here asked. 3?
No.
Yeah, I
Not
don't see a
stable enough.
I haven't seen problems with stability, but I don't see a real benefit to 3. All you're doing is distributing the weight differently. It's 4 is a good number. It divides neatly, it cubes neatly. But triangles are the strongest shape. Yeah. That's not a real triangle.
But a
That's just
3-wheeled vehicle will always do worse in a crash test than a 4-wheeled vehicle would, all things being equal.
absolutely true. And if what we need is utility, you're going to get more utility with 4 wheels. Heck, let's go to 6. I mean, the semi's got the most utility. It's a big rig, baby. It's an 18-wheeler. So that's what I expect to see is not only 18 wheels, but also in motorcycle configuration. It's a very long, skinny motorcycle with a lot of grip. And it's very hard to turn because of the way centrifugal forces work in a gyroscope, basically. So we're having some fun here, guys. Let's see here. This is a good point. Oops, I missed it. 4 makes a nice big square for the batteries. I would agree with that. That makes sense to me. What about dune buggies? Won't get stuck in the sand and powerful winch. Tesla bus. So we heard Herbert said, I don't remember if you were in the stream at the time, James, that there was a cyber van that a security guard had seen one himself. We don't know if that's a real product. We don't know if that's a real rumor. We don't know if that's an item that's just on display that's for fun.
I won't be surprised at all if we see a high passenger density vehicle. That makes sense. It's one of the use cases that needs to be solved for. If you're going to make all transportation go electric, you got to have a large high passenger count vehicle to replace all of the use cases. that people have today. Outside of China, China has already solved their electric high passenger vehicle density problem. They have electric buses, and they are everywhere. I want to say the
Yeah.
city of Shenzhen alone has like 4,000 electric buses.
Yeah.
So they're way ahead of the rest of the world.
And BYD makes electric buses in factories all over the world, which is helpful. Somebody's saying to look at Tesla's live feed, but I'm looking and it's still, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, it still just looks like this, right? Because I have that screen up. It is right here. Hour and 13 to go. How will we ever survive? The suspense. It is killing me.
Yeah,
we just passed
I want to say something.
4.20 minutes.
Wow.
So, James, I have a question for you. How do you think? Do you think that Tesla will unveil the robot or the cyber cab and also maybe the cyber van in that sense, that also is easily convertible to a 25K car or a cyber van which you can drive with a steering wheel? So what's your opinion on that? Because I think, like I've said many times before, since we don't have the Cybertruck, I think having the van is a big one. But I've annoying the audience already with that because I said it 3 times already. Yeah.
Yes, that would be a very Tesla thing to do, to have the unboxed line roll out with 2 different models. They would have to do one of the 2 first. It would be madness if you tried doing both at once. But you would have
just one with it or one without a steering wheel.
Or maybe they'll surprise me and they'll be able to hot swap them out. I don't know. But one as a cyber taxi and the other as the $25,000 car, which there's no chance they would actually price it at $25,000 anymore, right? They've been talking about it for 60% inflation ago. They've been talking about the $25,000 car. That's not what cars sell for anymore.
It feels like when you could buy a house for $5.
Yeah, there was a dollar meal still at McDonald's when they called it the $25,000 car. Those days are gone.
Yes, and now they call it the $1, $2, $3 meal, and the cheapest thing on there's like $3.50. So, guys, that's not. I don't know if you know what words mean, but I swear they had meaning. For those just tuning in, we are 71 minutes from go time. Very exciting. We'll check back in when it hits the magic number, which I believe would be 1:09 and 42 seconds is the exciting number we need to get to. We'll leave it up. Yes, please.
Sorry. I have another question for James again, because since we are having you here, and since I didn't interview you on my channel, I'm going to use that opportunity now to scoop in some questions here. But since you have a lot of contact with also the Tesla bears, and this is very funny to follow. I think you have like a big dispute with Brett Munkin and stuff like this. I'm following this very closely. It's almost like it's such a nice story there. What do you think is the main thing you've heard from the Tesla bears? Kind of what are they when they look at the Tesla event again? Because we've had a lot of those. Gordon Johnson, for example, said that the Semi is actually vaporware. I think he even spoke very highly of Nikola Motors, even, which is ridiculous with the Badger and stuff like this never coming out. So now the Cybertruck is out, the Badger is not, and the Tesla Semi is out, and also the Nikola Motors stuff is gone, kind of. So what do you think, or what have you heard about from the Tesla bears in that sense? Maybe you've heard something.
Gordon Johnson was not the only Tesla hater hating hard on the Tesla Semi. Bill Gates was also shorting Tesla and saying that it was impossible. The Tesla Semi could not pull the amount of weight they specified, the distance that they said it could. And we just saw today on Twitter another company besides Pepsi has been trying out Tesla Semis and has been getting 75,000 pound loads, 400 miles, something like that. So yeah, Tesla figured it out. You need great engineering talent to do it, but Tesla does have great engineering talent, and they did it. So what are the haters going to be saying about tonight's event? Same thing they always say. It's fake, it's phony, it's a fraud. Elon Musk is a charlatan. Blah 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 blah. You mentioned Brad Munkin specifically, fake name. Brian and I did a video like 2 years ago about how I know who the person is behind that account, but I'm not going to dox that person because it is wrong to dox people.
Oh no, you found out that's me, right?
No, he is really an auto analyst. He's really a professional auto analyst. Sorry, Brian, you are on mute.
James didn't even share any hints with me, even privately, which I respect. And I didn't ask him to because unlike many of the Tesla Q, I have a soul and it's not mortgaged to the hilt. So that's great. I sleep well at night. I don't have a pillow. I can't afford a pillow, but I sleep great. Also, during the day, I sleep a lot. It's my lot in life. So. Yeah,
but I think I want to take this opportunity here and say something also about the if somebody outside of the Tesla community, because we're really much in the deep end. I'm following Tesla closely. Everybody also follows Tesla very closely. From a very like nuanced and baseline, without hype, without nothing. Do you guys see maybe the event in which light do you see the event? Is it like more hype, what to expect? Because I've seen so many things that people are sometimes so disappointed, or haters sometimes are so disappointed with what's unveiled, and then but the timeline is off by 3 years or 5 years. I'm like with FSD, I'm like, it's totally fine that this was even delayed, in my opinion, because people, I think, tend to forget how big of a challenge it is to solve something like this. And of course, it's ambitious timelines. I'm the same way because I have this ADHD brain, and when I move forward, I'm always like very enthusiastic and think, will be totally possible in 3 months, and I'm totally off always. But but what do you think? Like when you would consider yourself and very neutral. I mean, you also, Brian, I think you're always being very baselined about everything. You try to keep the emotions down, which is pretty important in the field. I'm not like this. I'm a hype man, so I love to hype everything up because I'm very passionate about this. I'm really much a fanboy, but
that's why I always put you in the front row when I'm freestyling, because you're my hype man.
That's true.
Yeah. And I do try and keep it real, and that doesn't always serve me well professionally, because when I see things that don't make sense, I call it out, and that makes me a secret Tesla Q. And then, but at the same time, I'm too much of a fanboy, so it's like you can't win with these people. And by these people, I mean I guess two different sets of people. But yeah, James, what do you think of all that? And by the way, thank you for bringing in the real analyst. Yeah.
Keeping it real sometimes goes wrong. Dave Chappelle wrote the authoritative piece on that. But yeah, my consultant Loki is here to help me answer your question. And there is always hype for Tesla events, and I try not to fall for the hype. Loki does a better job not falling for the hype than I do. But for this event, it feels like the hype is more credible and more directly tied to insiders or Elon in particular. And it feels more substantial than usual. Like, this is not Adam Hoover hype. This is legit hype this time around.
I would point to two events that were exactly what you wanted or less than what you expected. Tesla Model Y unveil was a non-event. It was very muted. It was very quiet. Oh, and we'll release it in a year. And 365 days later, they did. It's actually, I think it was 366, but it was a calendar year, something like that. It was a leap year. And it did come out on time as expected. The announcements of Shanghai Model 3 and Y production both came out exactly as expected. And the Cybertruck delivery event, the last big event we had, was I'm confident that was a very hyped up big event, and we got exactly what we expected, which is Cybertrucks are in production now. Would you guys agree?
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Bunch of bobbing heads. That means I did something right.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Brian Rashetsky lives in Austin, so he has been front row. So we've got this going on.
Hey guys, welcome. So I'm now inside the studio. Take a look at this. This is how do I do this? Can you make me larger? I'll flip.
Of course I can. Of course I can.
There you go. So we just entered. I'm one of the early people that's here, and if you smells so good. And if you could take a look, there's actually the studio right now. Look at that, guys. This is amazing. Look at the setup. It's like a real city, and you're following along. There's a party. You can see that just a few people because we just got in, and they're serving food, and they've got certain drinks. But look at this. It looks just like a friggin' city. Isn't that
Those
awesome?
Optimists look so lifelike.
Where?
The ones serving hors d'oeuvres. Is that not Optimus?
Thank you so much. Eric, right? Yeah.
I'm
good. Thanks, buddy.
I am pretty sure those are Optimi.
Where's Sandy? He's over there somewhere. Okay. Can I talk to him? Sure. Where is he? He's getting
Yeah, but we've got a live stream. We got to get him on.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can find Sandy Monroe. I was just talking to Eric right now.
Platsky. Yeah.
Sorry. Can I go in?
Yeah.
Looking for
Eric
Sandy
Platsky
Monroe.
is Sandy's videographer, and definitely not a monumental pain in my backside.
There he is.
There we
Found
go.
him.
Let's get him. Let's get him. There
I'm
he
going
is.
right
There's the
in.
man.
Hey,
Can I break in?
Sandy Monroe. The man, the myth, the legend.
Would I give it up? I don't have any no around. I can't believe it. I didn't even have dates when I was a kid.
Sandy's already started drinking, guys.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
How you
So
doing,
what
man?
is
So
Sandy
far, no
looking
problem.
forward to?
All I'm doing is
Okay, let me ask
sucking
him.
down.
What are you looking forward to, Sandy?
Looking forward to seeing, obviously, what we know is going to happen with the Tesla, rideshare thing. But what I really want to see is real robots. I want to see a Model 2, and I'm hoping that they're going to talk about maybe getting a minivan. I really think that Tesla needs a minivan. That'll just
Absolutely.
send everybody over the edge. So there you go.
Minivan, soccer mom.
Soccer moms need.
Sandy.
Yeah, I need a minivan.
So we want to ask you, Sandy, that the last time I interviewed you, you made it sound like you actually got inside info or you had seen some kind of bot. Can you explain what actually happened? They're expecting it today.
Yeah, I was in Austin when they had the last deal, the Cybertruck reveal, and a guy came over with a cell phone and he said, "Here, have a look at this." And I looked down and here's a robot. It's got a tether from the robot to up in the air somewhere, and this thing was walking around. And then he showed me the second video, and it was a video of the robot. He had a bolt and a washer and a nut, and he put the thing together. And I know a lot about robots. That's not something. I was shocked.
How do you know it wasn't? How do you know that it's a
I
Tesla
don't.
bot? It could have been anything, right?
It could have been anything, but
Right.
that's what I saw. And you know what? I'm encouraged.
Well, okay, Sandy, what do you think about this setup here? Let's take a look. Let's show people. And just what's your thinking about all this? So this
Well,
is like look
this
at
is a soundstage, I think.
Yeah.
So I've been to Warner Brothers before, and this looks like the real deal. So I'm thinking that maybe what they're going to do is drive the robo-taxi around here. That's what I would guess, anyway. Yeah.
How do you and I get in the same robotaxi? How do we get in front of the line?
How do we get in front of the line?
I'm gonna follow you.
No, I'll be here taking pictures. What?
They almost didn't get him in.
No.
His name is Alexander, but it says Sandy on his ticket.
Yeah.
He got harassed.
Okay.
Yeah, twice. Yeah,
Thank you so much, Sandy.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Cool to see you guys in real
All right.
like watching you guys on YouTube.
Say 3, 2, 1. All right, there you go, Brian. Hand it back to you. Did you? Maybe I'll dial back in. But did you see what we're looking at? Huge fan, Herbert.
Absolutely, it looks fantastic, Herbert. Thank you so much.
Cyber Bulls.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the love, and Herbert, we will see you in a little bit when you are back with us. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Jan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be amazing so far. I think we like you said, the cyber van seems like a real deal now, kind of, but we have to see how it looks like. I'm very interested in that as well, because since of course in the US the robotaxi makes absolutely sense because there's the rollout, and I still think that we still need a product, and that's why the cyber van would be nice, because we didn't get the Cybertruck so far, like I said a million times now. But yeah, maybe the van for pre-order, the Cybercab wouldn't make sense because it needs to have maybe special seats or something like this. I'm not sure if they just would convert that into a $25,000 car. So for me, the robotaxi will be like a main thing, of course, but for looking at the global rollout, I think, yeah, the van makes actually very much sense. That's what
I love
I'm
it.
looking for.
I love it. And you added a video to here. Should I click on that? Yeah, let's see what this is.
You live and work in Switzerland without owning a car. Since the Swiss have superb public transport, of course you go by train. During the ride, you've summoned a cybercab via Tesla app. You need to do some errands like grocery shopping, do some bank stuff, and getting something to eat before heading home. The Tesla app directs you to the robotaxi location. You approach the vehicle and it detects your position around the car and automatically opens up the luggage compartment for you. You put in your luggage, it automatically closes, and the door opens up automatically. The song you've been listening to the whole time plays automatically inside of the vehicle. You are greeted by Grok.
Hi Jan, where can I bring you today?
And the climate is set to perfect temperature. So this scenario highlights kind of what the Cybercab, the robotaxi, could look like in Switzerland, actually. A use case that we are looking at today. And here is Mark from Cybercraft, or Pixelcraft, the company that does a lot of installations and stuff like this. And today we're talking about the robotaxi and the new things that are happening there, and also the implications that we have for the Swiss region and Europe on the whole.
Very exciting, yeah.
So Mark, when we look at this robotaxi...
Love it. Love it. Now remind me, what did you go to college for again?
For arts and crafts, for knitting. No, of course, for video production. But I just wanted to show that because I've recorded actually. Wait, was that a Cybertruck in Switzerland? Is that street legal in Switzerland? A lot of questions here.
Yes.
And why does it have a Nevada license plate, which is also interesting? So this is a video that I have in the pipeline. We could like watch it more but it's not the time right now because it's so close to the event. So, but I just wanted to show that for 1 second here that. Yeah, it's gonna come out soon. It should have been out before the event because it's speculation a lot, so many questions will be answered. But I think we're gonna see more of that. But it's interesting. We've highlighted the scenario of going grocery shopping because when you don't own a car, obviously you want to kind of you go by train, for example. Public transport is good in Switzerland. That's the scenario, and you need the last miles. And I think the robotaxi is for that perfect because you want to go grocery shopping, have 3 or 4 bags to deliver home, and then you need a car. And then the robotaxi makes a lot of sense. Also in Switzerland, but they have good transport because in the US it's a different story. You have these huge highways that just run through the cities, which is still amazing to me because I was there and tested FSD with it. It makes so much sense. But the last mile in Europe is still a thing, and the trains are not so good in Germany. That's a misconception of many Americans. It's horrible, actually. I don't like that because then that's why I would love to have FSD.
Well, I've been to Germany, so I'm going to disagree with you about the trains. No, I'm kidding, of course. But I will tell you, it is so much better than it is through most of America, where population
sure.
density
Sure.
makes mass transit prohibitive and expensive, and there's a critical mass you have to hit. My concern with the cyber van in Europe is that it would still have sharp edges. Guys, you got to round the edges if you want to sell in Europe.
No.
Everyone knows.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. They could learn from the Cybertruck because I mean, you've was one of the first ones who actually found out about that they are really heavily working on the approval of the Cybertruck because we haven't heard anything with the Christmas party that you suddenly spawned. and and then this was something that was very important to note because that means that Tesla haven't given up because they just removed the pre-order page for Europe, and that's why it was so good to hear that. But now we know that it's more difficult than we thought. That's why everybody's trying to import that. Also, like Mark wants to do that. We've already seen one approval in the Czech Republic and of the Cybertruck, and the Tesla Owners Club in Austria is also trying to get it approved here, but it's a long process because you have to approve it one by one because it's not mass approved. Like it's just this Cybertruck is approved, then you need to approve another Cybertruck, and it's very expensive because you have to check the electricity. Some standards need to be changed even. Yeah, but so I think the van will be designed slightly different, that it can have a global rollout, because if they just would change some stuff on the Cybertruck, it probably would also be sellable in Germany. So I still have a pre-order.
And I wonder, I assume that the cost for homologation is vastly higher than the cost for getting a single vehicle approved. A single vehicle could be prohibitive for most people. It could be $5,000, $10,000, but homologation is probably tens, hundreds of thousands, if not millions. I don't think it's millions because a lot of vehicles are sold in small enough volumes that would be prohibitive. But it'll be interesting to see. So any thoughts from the panel on what Sandy had to say?
No minivan, Sandy. You're wrong on the minivan. I think I'm going to go way out on a limb and say if you've looked at the data distribution on people who hail rides, how many passengers are there? It doesn't matter what the average number of passengers is. It matters what the distribution is by integer. So the leading integer is 1, and the second leading integer is 2. So that's mostly what you need. And Tesla has 4, 5, and 6 passenger vehicles and a 7-passenger vehicle in Model X if you get the 7-seat, or Model Y if you have children, little kids in the back seat of the third row. So that's fully covered already. You don't need that. What you need is a 2-seat robotaxi, maybe a 3-seat. I don't know. If you do a bench across, maybe you could seat 3, 2 adults and a kid or something.
My concern with the existing 5, 6, 7-seat models is more about accessibility. I'd like to see something that, regardless of how many people it seats, is easy for old people, young people, people with mobility concerns to be able to actually use. And I think that would also be critical for the Boring Company too, of course, but it would be critical for everyone, everywhere, all the time. And who wants to get in and out of a difficult vehicle? If anyone here's ever had an opportunity to ride in a Roadster or even sit in a Roadster, there's a skill to getting in and out of it. And I'd prefer not to require skills. But then again, I'd also like to have skills. So that's also worth noting. Kelly Sloan, the vice president, I think she's now the vice president of the Michigan
Hi, Kelly.
Owners Club, says that I'm awesome. So I don't know. In the chat, you guys can let me know if that's true. It's a rumor that's been going around. I don't know if it's confirmed at this point. And of course, Jan knows Kelly. So
she could have been saying Jan was awesome. I mean, it was Jan's video, right? I thought it was an awesome video.
Thanks.
That's how you want to design a product. You want to design the.
Maybe she thinks that's how Jan is spelled. It's with a Y-O. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. We love you, Kelly. And Kelly will be at the Tesla Light Show in St. George, Utah, with her amazing husband, Bert, who is absolutely a great guy, and a former Ford engineer who helped me understand a lot of things about the Mach-E because of his work on it before he retired. So that was a lot of fun. Hey, I'm getting some kind words. That's always awesome. Appreciate it, you guys. I would rather read them later after having gone to the event. But this is our, Brian-centric live stream. So we've got as many Brians as we can get, plus a James and a Jan. I mean, it's just, it's overflowing. We've also got this here. Love you guys. Greetings from Iceland. Very cool. Let's see. Millions of millionaires. How many bots each? So I don't know if that's the right question. So on the bots, actually, let's finish on Sandy. Was there anything else Sandy said that you guys wanted to address? Do you think what he saw was a real bot?
Well, the video he's talking about is from a good while ago, right? Wasn't that during like the Cybertruck event or the Battery Day?
It sounded like what he was saying was
the Cybertruck first deliveries event, which would have been November 30th of 2023. I remember the date because it's the only Tesla event I have ever attended in person.
Yeah.
And that includes like coffees and cars. Although you did meet someone at a supercharger entirely on accident. Who was that? Gregor Trucks?
I met somebody
Double
at
Cap
an
Crimpen?
undisclosed location. Yeah, it was I Love Teslas. I met
that's right.
on
That's
accident.
Right. Very fun. I have also, I believe, met I Love Teslas at I believe that individual was at the Florida Cyberfest in Ocala, where we went on the off-road course and definitely abided by all the rules because that's, how we do it.
He is at the Warner Brothers Studios right now for the We Robot event.
Wow. Now, here's a thing that I was trying to figure out is, do you think that what they're going to unveil is a Wii robot, like a little tiny guy maybe? Or am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, read it wrong.
Oh, a Wii Okay, so we can rule that one out. Yeah, we tried. Brian Wang, we haven't heard from you in a while. Any thoughts on where we're at so far? I'm going to hop up real quick and grab myself a can of coffee. I'll be right back.
So for Cybertruck, just looking at some of the statistics on that. So minivans and vans, if I got it correctly, about 1 million sales, or 1 to 2 million, I think, globally for that kind of vehicle. And then 3-row SUV, if you get that kind of vehicle in there, I think maybe they'll get to 2 million as well. So if you have something that a bit of a crossover for a large vehicle, I think it'd be a substantial potential TAM that you'd be addressing. So just on that speculation. But also if it's core to making it a robo-busing van type system, then that changes the calculation about how useful and the potential markets would be. Just off the cuff kind of analysis of rough numbers of things.
Now we've got Herbert back in the green room, so let's add him now. Herbert, what is going on?
Hey guys, thank you so much. I'm here with Kristen. Want to say hi, Kristen?
Hey, K10 in the
Kristen.
house.
What's
Kristen,
up? How are you doing?
Good.
Kristen, show them your badge.
I am D.
And if you look at the back of the badge, it tells you, look at the back of the badge. It tells you what group you're in, and it tells you what time you're going to be on the robo-taxi ride. So that's how they do it. People are given their badges. And then I found out something else. So if you take a look at back here, I don't know if you can see that, but there's tents back there that have orange lights. That's where apparently we might see a bot or so coming out. So this is amazing. If you take a look at the atmosphere, just everybody is milling around, but a gorgeous, gorgeous set. Let's talk to you, Kristen.
All right.
Yeah, tell us what you're looking forward to and what you're seeing so far. How's this compared to everything else you've ever been to?
Well, I mean, all Tesla events are awesome. But when I did the interview with Brian, I think they're going to do what I said I wanted them to do, where they're going to drop us off and pick us up at different stations.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that.
Okay, and then what do you feel about this event though? Don't you think this is so much bigger and better even than the Cyber Rodeo?
It looks like it's different. I don't know. I can't say it's bigger and better. Cyber Rodeo was pretty amazing.
It's bigger and better.
But the Robotaxi event itself, I mean, the Robotaxi itself will be bigger and
Yeah.
better than just,
Just watching it. Yeah, isn't
100%,
that great?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kristen. So we're gonna walk around. I actually saw Dan Ives, so maybe I can grab him and we can have him show up on our little quick channel here. Hold on a sec.
That would be very cool. And
Yeah,
with
just
you
2
guys,
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There we
Yeah,
go.
do it,
Dan
do it.
Ives, man. Everybody, welcome Dan Ives. So Dan, what do you think as an institutional analyst? What's your experience so far?
Look, I mean, I think this audience, the excitement is as big as we've seen in many years. And I think I don't think they are going to disappoint. I think this is going to be something where, from potentially, we'll see Optimus. I think from a CyberCab perspective, but from Robotaxi, they're going to give more specifics than I think many are expecting. And I think there's going to be, from everything I'm seeing, there's going to be some surprise in store.
Okay, Dan, are you going to change your price target tomorrow?
I'm just focused on where I'm eating right now because there is a lot of good food selection.
All right, thank you, Dan. I'm gonna get him right after the show and see if he'll change his price target. We'll see. All right, another quick one for Jeff, the man. So you walked in, Jeff. What do you think? What do you see so far?
Well, it's an amazing event. I mean, if you just look at everything's laid out, it looks like Tesla's really pulled out all the stops. Looks like they've got something to unveil. I think that's going to be pretty amazing, pretty exciting. Again, I want to hear the plan for the Tesla network. I want to hear the plan for the new Robotaxi, and I want to hear their plan for scale. Like those are the three things I'm looking for. And I think I'm going to hear it today, but we'll see.
Okay, I'm telling you, everybody's really, really bullish now. This is as good of an event as you can see so far. So we'll dial back in again when we have time. Thank you, guys. See ya.
Thank you, Herbert. It was great having you. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye-bye.
Oh man, I'm telling you guys, I am loving this format. I am appreciating my selection of guests, my co-hosts in all the different ways, and everyone who's been able to pop in and out. If you're enjoying it, leave the thumbs up. And if you hate it, leave the thumbs down. Please. It's engagement. It reads the same way. It doesn't matter. I just need you here. And if you really hate it, leave a bunch of comments because, YouTube will be so mad that they'll just show it to people. And I love it. That's what we do. So by all means, and I always remind people of that in the comments when they leave some big long troll. I say, thank you so much. You got 5 people to respond to you. This video's going big and it's all because of you, you counterproductive clown. So that's just what we do, man. It's great to see the right people there. I want Sandy Monroe there. I want Jeff Lutz there. Obviously, I want Herbert there because he's my bro. But I saw Rob Mowers apparently in the area. I assume he's at the event. Yesterday, I saw, I'm trying to remember which, it wasn't Wired magazine, but one of the big tech magazines. They've been invited. They're actually doing PR. I mean, 99% of the way they're doing PR. It's that last 1% that really chaps my chaps, but that's all right. I've got tanning leather. I can make it work. So we are now at, let's check the clock, you guys. That's the wrong button. Let's see here. It is, nope,
We
that's
just
the wrong
passed
button.
42.0 minutes till showtime.
There we go.
6:19.
Yeah, 40 and 8 seconds by my count. So we're going to get there. We're going to make it. Thank goodness we started days in advance because that's the best way to fill time. Let's see here. Earlier I did mention one reason that everything looks so good is because the roof is covered. This is the Warner Brothers studio lot. Drake from the real Drizzy from Ocala sent this photograph. It's all these Starlinks up on the roof. As I imagine, a good number of those are the Wi-Fi that is enabling the kind of quality streaming that we're getting from inside. And I know what you're saying. Yeah, low is a type of quality, and it is, but any at all is what's actually kind of surprising. So we do need that. We've got this comment here. Hi from my Model Y in Tampa, since my house doesn't have power, AC, and internet. Oh, it's Paul Foss from Clean Technica. Hello, Paul. Good to have you here. Appreciate you stopping by. And Paul and I got a chance to hang out at CES this year, which was a lot of fun. We went to the hydrogen show for Hyundai. Oh, what are you doing? And then they interviewed him. Brian Wayne, you've got a comment?
Just since we're talking about Starlink a bit, and we have some time, I think that the disaster relief and using the Starlinks for both the dishes as well as the direct to cell, where the direct to cell could be used by 30 million people, from across the various Carolinas, and also the in Florida. So it's a huge launch, and it also shows the need for having that kind of non-terrestrial communication that doesn't get knocked out no matter what's happening, almost no matter what's happening on the ground. So I think that is huge for Starlink sales. I think it's going to totally skyrocket, and then around the world, any police station, hospital, fire station, other urgent facilities, it'd be negligent not to have Starlink at this point. And I think you could have a global 911 kind of system with the texting, where you need to turn it on for everything just to have that set up. And I've been trying to talk to some people at SpaceX, and I think they're thinking along the same lines.
And it's been interesting to watch because the number of Starlinks has doubled every 12 months, and now we're at in excess of 4 million. That is a very impressive production rate to be cranking out 1 million dishes and routers a year. I don't know how much more headroom there is at that point. So, because I mean, you can, I guess, build another production line, another extension of the factory, another entire factory. But there is additional capacity, and this crazy gamble, and you got to call it what it is. It's a gamble on Starlink actually worked. Listen, guys, I need you to invest $1 billion, maybe 10 billion. And I'm going to put up more satellites than have ever existed at a pace never before seen, using rockets 10, 20 times a piece, maybe more, and fill the night sky, and then have terrestrial. I mean, it's just going to work. And I had better than nothing beta, and it did just work. Of course, there weren't as many satellites at the time, so there was a bit of dropout. And then, of course, the price went up. And then fiber reached my street. And at that point, I was like, well, I mean, fiber. So we did get a super chat. Super excited. Some of you all have great voices. Well, some of us appreciate that. Thank you. So thoughts on Starlink? We'll start with you, James.
Thoughts on Starlink? Yeah, they are killing it. That's the way you do it. You do a show of force with your Starlink terminals. You just line the whole roof with them and make sure you've got Wi-Fi that works, because you don't need your robo-taxis dropping their internet connections. You want them to have rock solid, reliable Wi-Fi when everybody you invited descends on the place with their smartphones and wants to, check X with it. So, yeah, great to see Dan Ives there from Wedbush. He's been following Tesla for a long, long time. And he goes on TV and talks about Tesla a lot. He usually has a pretty good price target, higher than the current stock price. So it'll be great to see him in his next televised appearance talking from firsthand experience about riding in a Tesla robotaxi. That just hits different than when you say, we heard Elon Musk claim that robotaxis will do whatever. It just works better. It reads better to the audience when you can say, I was in a Tesla robotaxi and it drove me safely from this point to that point.
So I would address this real quick. Starlink for the drone show there. If there is a drone show, I assume the people who do drone shows bring their own communication equipment and wouldn't rely on anything that goes that far from the show itself. I imagine there's some kind of, because drones can communicate a substantial distance. Brian Rashetsky, how far can drones transmit line of sight? You are muted.
Line of
There we
sight can
go.
be miles in some situations, but in this particular situation, what he's talking about is not just one drone. It's many drones communicating together. I don't particularly know in that scenario if you really need good internet connection for that type of 3,000 drones together. Maybe you do. That could totally be a possibility. But in that way, I would speculate more that it would probably be more for the show, for the Robotax, for anything going on there. But it definitely could be for a drone show as well.
And I just think those guys probably have their own communication system. Thoughts from you, Brian Wang?
Well, for me, in terms of SpaceX Starlink, in terms of the overall scaling of it, they have over 6,000 satellites up there, and then they increase the bandwidth by using some like new E-band or something like that. It increases how much capacity they can use. So the limitation is more on how many. They have a new factory near Austin in Bostrop, making just devices that can receive Starlink. So that's the Starlink Mini and other devices and the other dishes that they're making. So them ramping that up to huge volume, a million a month, I think is something that they have in their plans. And then by adding a couple thousand, 3,000 version 2 minis, which is what their pace is with just Falcon 9s, I think they can support probably 20 million people.
You're muted, Brian.
Darn it, Scott in the house. Have you got good news for us, Scott? What's going on?
Finally inside. So I made it through security, and I think you might be able to see that we are taking a golf cart around and getting a flight tour. Finally made it through.
So Herbert has already been inside and interviewed Sandy for us and Dan Ives. We're going to need you to pick up the pace, Scott. You need to go ballistic. This is right now you're in tourist mode. Herbert is already an extra on the set. And I know it's fun having hundreds of main characters out there who don't realize that they're extras, but it's how they were cast. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I think Tesla Boomer Mama had a lot with him getting into the front of the line. She just pulled him right on up. She parted the seas.
Oh yeah. Well, that's one way to do it. I would ask I've seen speculation. Hang tight. I'm going to quiet you for a second. I've heard speculation that we could see actual drives in actual robotaxis, but earlier today we saw photographs from people who did the studio tour this afternoon, where they saw holding lots of, I believe, Model Ys. What do you think we're going to see? Are you going to get a ride in a real robotaxi or a Model 3 or Y?
That's what I'm hoping. I was expecting that everyone would get a chance to go to robotaxi, because we'd really like to see it from the inside, not just renders.
I'll let you know when to exit out.
And are you, in fact, a robot right now? Because a lot of you and the other robots, your indicator lights appear to be showing on your necks.
Yes.
So that means at least you're fully charged. That's helpful.
Yes.
All right.
That's how they can tell us from the staff. And if we
I
wander too
see.
far, they're able to say, no, you're not supposed to be over there.
So those are shock collars. That's probably for the best. I would have suggested
Yeah, I
that if they'd have asked.
Yes.
Let's see.
Exactly. So they are dog collars for sure. So we are geofenced, I think.
That's good. That's what we need for clever robots, of course.
Yeah.
Scott is in a robo golf cart. Maybe not, but
No, it wasn't. It was a human driver. I'm pretty sure.
You can't be positive, but I appreciate you protecting the secret until later when we find out that you're all robots. And that's the only reason this panel was not invited, is because we are still of meat, which is not surprising. I came from a long line of meat, but do my best. Anything else going on there? Should we put you on mute for a minute until you get to where you're going?
You can do that. I was just wanted to let you know that it's where I am. If Herbert's got more exciting news, or John, they can certainly pipe in. I'm going to try to find where they are, I hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you get an idea. That it takes a little while to get through. I didn't see them, like, as far as I know, everyone like legitimate cards or tickets to get in. I didn't see
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're for that.
Robot confirmed. Okay, we will get back with Scott when.
Let's see. I think this is when we get something to eat right now. That's what it looks like. So we're going to get some food.
Yeah, do that and get back with us when you have an opportunity.
This is the stage over here that we're going to be. Yeah, so I'm going to grab a bite and then.
Yes. Okay. Scott, we will see you back in a little bit. Thank you for joining us and appreciate your contributions there. And we'll see you in a bit. All right.
Yep.
Okie doke. All right. So I should point out, I don't think he's a robot. No, I've met him a number of times, and I'm very convinced he's human. Kim Java finally got in. She's sitting behind Scott. There you go.
I was going to say, Dr. Scott Walter, probably the person in that golf cart most qualified to administer a Turing test to the driver failed to do so. That's the only way you can really know if it's a robot or an android.
Well, that's neat that Kim Java got in. I knew that she was looking for a ticket and not getting one. All right. Let's see here. Elon has to let Elon out. I hope Tesla has major battery cell news tonight. An awesome new battery that maxes out the charts. I don't know if we'll see that, but what I hope we will see is just an explanation of where the batteries will come from for something that's new and high volume. So that would be pretty interesting. Yeah, so let me check my notes here and see if there's any other ones we need to discuss, because let's check the clock at 26 minutes and 31 seconds. And again, you guys, it'll definitely start a couple minutes early because I have said so, and I am never wrong when I make promises for other people based on no information. So actually, I'm 10, 15 minutes late, never a surprise. These things happen. I guess the question that we've started to touch on earlier was the price. Now, James, you had said 25,000 seems impossible just based on inflation, to which I would say Model 3 is 35,000. It's legit 35. You can find inventory cars, and it's a better car than they originally promised for 35. If you can sell a Model 3 at 35 with a profit, I'm not saying you should sell early cybercabs for that kind of low price. Definitely make hay while the sun shines, as Tesla always does on every new model. But at scale, do you think 25,000 could work?
Possible. Yeah. I mean, I guess if they make them in China too, it would be easier with their cost of labor and locally sourced production. That was always one of my favorite Tesla Q theories back when they were building the Tesla Shanghai Gigafactory, GF3. They would say, Tesla hasn't figured out where they're going to get the battery cells from yet. Like, oh yeah, sure. They probably forgot. Probably Tesla forgot to figure out where they were going to find the battery cells to make the new product. Come on, folks. Don't you think it's somebody's job at Tesla to figure out where to source and procure the batteries?
It's difficult because I don't know which country makes the most EV batteries. James, do you have that information handy?
Check's notes. It's China.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So
China makes the world's leading. They're the leading producer of electric vehicle batteries. Yes.
I did have a question that came in the other day, and this is open to everyone. Is the Shanghai Tesla Model 3 and Y the best build quality, and what's wrong with the other ones that makes them not rise to that level? Do you guys have thoughts on that? Oh, a stumper.
I don't currently live in China, so I've never driven one. I can't give you that opinion.
I have driven Jan's Model 3 Highland. That was excellent. It was exceptional. I think a car can only get to a 10, just like any kind of dish. Like I've had burgers that were a 10. No, this is the best burger I've ever had. No, it's a 10. It's as good as all the other best burgers you've ever had. And I think that Shanghai is definitely a 10. Berlin is, from everything I've heard, a 10. But my Fremont Model Y is a 10. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no gaps. It's square. It doesn't rattle. You build enough of something, it gets good. So I don't think that's a real concern. And
have you had
yes,
the
Brian?
Capital Grill bacon cheeseburger? It's an 11. Sorry, Brian.
Brian Wang, go ahead.
I think you can get to next level. I think that, everything to 10 and then something goes next level and it becomes the new 10 and all the other 10 get dropped down to 9. That you can get a breakthrough in quality, capability, other stuff. Like probably your, Toyotas from the 90s or something like that, got to a level of quality beyond, the other vehicles that were around at the time.
That's a good point. That's a good point. There was take a 5-star safety rated car from the 90s and put it in a small overlap rigid barrier collision with a brand new car that only scores 4 stars. And I'll tell you which one I'd rather be in. Neither.
Yep,
I'd rather be in the control room.
I have a 2018 Model 3, and sitting in the new refreshed Model 3 in the Tesla, showroom it blows my mind. It is the most beautiful car. The badging is amazing. You slam the door and it doesn't sound like my car at all. I have a slight rattle that I can hear through the back seat. That seems to be something going on in the trunk area. I bet that car sounds just perfectly silent. The evolution that Tesla has shown just from the one Model 3 refresh is drastically amazing. I think when we see the Model Y refresh, it's going to be even better. And I bet all these new cars are going to be on that, that same quality level. So I'm not worried about that at all. I think Tesla is completely shown that they are moving extremely fast in quality as well as safety and every other thing they do.
But I just meant in terms of build quality. I have also driven the new Model 3, and it is a different car. The Model 3 was great, but this is definitely on another level, and somehow they managed to make it and sell it at the same price, which is and Model Y sales are still going gangbusters. Model Y could become the second or third or first best. It's already the third best selling car in the US. It could overtake 2 or even 1. And that would be crazy. Look at this. We've got Herbert back again. Herbert, what is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Hey guys, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. So the show's about to start. Everybody's lining up, and you can see now that that's the stage there. And the groups are forming. So we all have our group numbers. It looks like everybody's going to have a time frame when they're going to go on the robo-taxi ride. It's going to happen soon. So this is it. We're all getting very, very excited now. We're just waiting for the actual presentation coming soon.
Are you doing the robo-taxi rides before the presentation or after?
No. It's going to be afterwards.
Okay.
I think.
Of
What
course.
time is it start? 8 o'clock? I think it's 7. No. The robo-taxi ride.
Oh.
I think Group A is 8 to 8:30, and then Group B is 8:30 to 9, and then 9:30. I'm at the 9 o'clock one. Group C.
So you will be tuning in for that. You will be joining us live. We will be in the car with you.
If I can,
in just
when I'm inside the robo taxi, I will stream then. So let's 9 o'clock. Hopefully that will happen.
We will be there.
All right,
We'll
man.
be there.
Hey James, nice to see you, buddy. Show me your dog. See you later, guys. I gotta go.
Bye.
I gotta see the dog.
Loki was on frame earlier. There's Loki, the real brains of the
Loki.
operation.
Love you. Thanks, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you, Herbert. We will see you in a bit.
I did.
All right. And we've got Simon Hale joining us. Simon is Wall Street adjacent, quite literally. Simon, what's going on there, man?
Hey, Brian. Yeah, I've been actually down, coincidentally, down in New York from Montreal. I flew down yesterday, and I'm meeting with, today I was in meetings with BlackRock all day. They're the largest money managers in the world. And tomorrow I'm with Goldman all day. Not related to Tesla, but I'm literally ducking out of these meetings, and we were having sushi this evening at some of these joints, and I'm like, this is way more important than hanging out with BlackRock and Goldman this evening.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. Do you have an idea as to why these companies don't get it?
It's actually an interesting question. So I took a note on that today, if I can find it, because I just got out of a meeting. But it was to the effect of, somebody said to me, and this was somebody at BlackRock today, and they said, if you read it in the Wall Street Journal, then the risk is already priced in and we won't invest in it.
Wow.
And basically what they're saying is, and I took that back on Tesla, is if you're reading about it in any journal, it's not priced in. So most of us are not reading about the facts of this. And there's an opportunity there. And so the guys at BlackRock, these guys are managing $14 trillion of assets, and they're just looking for missed opportunity. And they're running quants. These guys aren't active managers that are actually, BlackRock, they're not necessarily active. They're just running quants on things that the rest of the market is missing, and they don't care what company they own, and they're agnostic. But if you can think of it in terms of Tesla, is that this is a missed opportunity, in my opinion, and Wall Street's not picking it up. It's not in the Wall Street Journal, and by the time it gets there, you shouldn't be putting risk in there. You risk money to that risk asset. Does that make sense to you, Brian?
It does. It does. I would say the money hasn't really shown up for Tesla. It's definitely in the news. Institutional investors only carry something like 30% of the shares outstanding. It might even be less. Whereas with some of the other blue chips, they're at, 60, 70%. Brian Wang, you have a thought on that?
I just have a question for to understand what they were saying there. How did they treat NVIDIA then? So NVIDIA got into the news and it still kept going for a while. So how does that translate into they don't invest in it, or the fact that they still have more AI data centers to make, $125 billion data center in North Dakota, that's stopping them priced in, so they segregate out what's priced in and what's not? How does that work?
That's actually a really good question. So they actually did comment, and what they were doing today was showing off their AI software and how they're utilizing it to identify investment opportunities. And they showed that they basically, and I don't know anybody who can do this, none of us can. First comment was they get most of their data from the end of the earnings call, not the beginning, because everything else is scripted. And once they get to the end, you got analysts asking questions and it's unscripted. But what they would do is run all of these analyst calls through an AI and basically filter for certain words. And they weren't just trying to look at, are they bullish or bearish, but they were trying to look at, is it getting more bullish or more bearish? And then if you bring that back to NVIDIA, they said, we're looking at NVIDIA, and then all of a sudden they beat their earnings forecast by 40%, and everybody went crazy. And they started looking back to say, okay, who else has been talking about AI for the last 2 years? And who just started talking about it now? And they made filters to filter every script through all earnings calls to understand who's talking about AI, who is now, who's faking it, and who's been talking about it and doing it for the last 2 years. And so everybody was caught off guard with NVIDIA. And then they started looking at, so you have to think of like NVIDIA went up a whole bunch and then it sort of stalled. And the reason why you see it move, and this is, you have to understand quants now. If you're ever watching an earnings call and you're watching the stock in the aftermarket and you're wondering why it's moving, people are running quants on this, on their models, trading based on all this data that they're getting. It's crazy, and that's what's moving short term. Now, long term, the market's going to figure out what a stock is worth. But when you're watching the aftermarkets and you see a stock moving up and moving down, this is guys like BlackRock and Goldman that are taking every word for word, put it in, and then all of a sudden have a trading algorithm that trades upon it.
Interesting. So then Tesla then has been talking robotaxi and other things for several years, and the AI thing for several years. So then if this confirmed this for real, then that would be something they would then start acting upon, right? It could be a trigger potentially if certain things align in terms of like the AI robotaxi story actually coming about tonight or something, right?
That I'm not sure. Again, and I've talked about this before, is that NVIDIA only became sort of an AI play once the earnings came in. But Jensen Huang has been talking about AI and how big it was going to be for like the last couple of years. And it was until all of a sudden the earnings blew up on their AI chips that all of a sudden everybody goes back to the drawing board. And that's my concern with Tesla. If you're like thinking short term, is people have to see it in the numbers. But that being said, that's where the opportunity lies. The opportunity didn't lie in NVIDIA. If your NVIDIA stock is going from $10 to $100, do I care that I had to hang on to it at $10 for 2 or 3 years and then it went to 100? Who cares? You saw the opportunity. And so that's my view on Tesla, is this is the missed opportunity that nobody's talking about. And you know, if this stock 10x's from here based on a lot of our predictions and a lot of our analysis, that's where the missed opportunity is, because it's only priced in to Wall Street sort of valuations once you start seeing those numbers come in. But other retail analysts are looking at this and saying, wait a minute, we're doing the numbers and you guys aren't pricing this in. Where are your, and I've heard, you know, a dozen retail Tesla analysts asking Wall Street analysts, why aren't you valuing, or why aren't you doing a valuation of the robotaxi or the Optimus? They say, well, we haven't seen the numbers yet. So based on the track record of Elon and the other companies, doesn't that present an opportunity? I've never seen Elon and Tesla fail. Everybody doubts them. So then many of us look at those valuations and we start doing our own numbers and go, wow, this is bonkers.
So I would jump in here real quick and say, isn't it their job to look into the future and start writing things down that the other people can't see? Because once the other people can see it, like you already said, if it's in the Wall Street Journal, it's too late. Jumping over to take a quick peek here. 10 minutes and 31 seconds, 30 seconds to go. We can make it. This is exciting. I am hopeful. I am not sure that the rides tonight will happen in actual robotaxis. I fear they may only be in 3s and Ys. And if that's the case, it's not quite as exciting, because that's how I got to the store last night and home from the store. But maybe there'd be new features. Maybe the doors will pop open for you. Maybe, some different stuff would happen that way. I don't know.
So I have something to add here, because I've just hijacked Farzad's stream. I went over there. That's why I was gone for half an hour or something. So sorry for that. I was over there, and to my surprise, people actually got invites right 10 minutes before the event and stuff like this still, and was let in. So that's something new. That's why some people are now showing up on X that they are in. And we've also had interesting views of, I think, Dr. Know-it-all shared a lot of interesting photos, like not on stream, but on X, about the maps and the stuff we've seen, like the materials that they got, the map of the event and what's covered there. It was just something I wanted to share. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. There were not very many people left on this side of the velvet rope, but we have some great analysts here. I think it would have been criminal to allow me in, because then where would the brilliance be, you guys? Where
Yeah,
I beg of you.
I wouldn't have been able to just jump over to FutureAzA stream then, of course.
That's true.
Yeah, then my guests
That's
would be
true.
very, where's the host?
Where's the host? It's just,
why am I running the stream? What's
I
happening?
can't click anything from here. Alexandra is very sweet. She said yesterday on a show that we did that Brian, you're going to have an even better view because you'll be able to see and hear the presentation, while we'll be stuck with all the cheering and screaming and weeping and sobbing from happiness. So that was very encouraging. And I think that's all very, very true and believable, because, sure, the people who get to go can go back and rewatch the live stream. But just like us, we can go back and relive the ephemeral moment that has passed.
Oh.
Yeah. By the way, Jan, are you coming back to Michigan in June for the big event there?
100%. I
Really?
cannot stress enough how nice the event was when I was there. It was crazy awesome, and it was fun. Yeah.
Yeah. I have invited James, and he has assured me that he will not go. He said, I've never been to
James.
Michigan, and I can't think of a reason I would. And I said,
Not going to start now. Yeah.
I said, but Jan's going to be there. And he said, did I stutter? And I said, just now? He goes, no, the first time, not the second time. I might have made up that whole second half of the story, but that's what I do. That's how jokes work, you guys. It's like looking at
stuff up.
It's like looking at an adult film and saying, I don't think that gentleman's a plumber. With that said, let's see how we're doing on our countdown. 6.5 minutes ish, 7, maybe 27. 2 weeks, I think, is the real number, but we are getting there. So interesting, this comment, 5,000 watching. That is just on X, or no, maybe just on one channel on YouTube. That's just on Herbert's channel. The total count is just under 20,000. If I look here on Herbert's channel, there we go. Herbert's channel, 4,800. My channel, 672.
And
then on
my
X,
premium channel, so where I scoop up the last, the sad people, the 197 people watching on my channel. Thank you very much. I love this. It's awesome. Thanks.
Oh, we're doing the work for you, Herbert. We're shoveling the coal. Help us.
Just a quick thing before the 5 minutes.
Yes,
is
please.
that, the movies that were filmed in the Warner Brothers lot that I think are the most relevant were Blade Runner, The Matrix. So those were the one with possibly futuristic vehicles that might associate with that. Inception was also there, but several.
And one thing was in the maps there was also a Westworld part. So Westworld is also a theme there. Fits perfectly. And there's a robot that's folding stuff also, like
Rashetsky, what do you got?
What do y'all think that these new cyber van vehicles are going to be made out of? Do y'all think they're going to be made out of metal, like a stainless steel? Will it be thinner than Cybertruck, being lighter? Do you think it won't be, or do you think the cyber name is just for the look, not necessarily for an exoskeleton style steel vehicle?
So on that note, we had actually Tom Zhu. Sorry, I've the name I couldn't pronounce. It's difficult for me from German to English, and then the name. So he said he talked about this when he was interviewed on the side of an event, that it doesn't necessarily have to be stainless steel, but it could also be a polymer of some sorts. But I think stainless steel makes sense because they already have this bending process. So I don't think why should they only use that for the Cybertruck. I think it is a core thing not to paint anything. So the paint shop really is a pain in the actual smart summon. So yeah, so I think so that yeah.
So I would say we know Tom Jew's comment was paint is expensive. That's all he would say. When Matthew Donegan Ryan, well, right, but it's Matthew Donegan Ryan hung out next to the Cybertruck all day at that event and got every bit of information he could and then published it. And Tesla was not happy. They went ahead and blacklisted him. He did get into this event though, so obviously they weren't too mad.
What? Oh,
yeah, no, he's in. Oh yeah, no, he's in. Everybody's in. Everybody's in. But what I think it could be, maybe it's not stainless steel because stainless steel requires nickel. Nickel's expensive. It requires other metals that can not always be in infinite supply. So what I would expect to see is maybe plastic, maybe carbon fiber, maybe some kind of composite, if they could find a way to manufacture it at lightning speed. The huge advantage that steel has is it shows up ready to stamp or roll or break, bend. So it could be anything. 3 minutes, you guys, 3 minutes. And for those just tuning in, where have you been? We've been at this for hours. But we will be posting some of your comments on the screen while it goes. We'll be posting our own comments on the screen. Who knows? Maybe we'll leave up our faces over here so you can get our what the what reactions. I don't know. Guess if you do not wish to do that, you can just select stop cam at the bottom and it'll just leave you as an icon, which, of course, looks like this in my case. Boy, that's so much better. I don't know. I should just leave it that way. And then afterwards, we'll be recapping. So we'll all be taking copious notes, definitely paying attention, certainly not, putting up photographs of ourselves and pretending we're actually at work, Zoom style, living the dream. And with that said, we got 2 minutes. Anybody got some super important last minute thoughts we just need to get in?
Well, I don't know
during
if
the
it's
countdown?
important. I've got 3 screens over here to my left. I've got Bloomberg, CNBC, and FactSet. And FactSet, I'm just trying to see what's going to happen during the event at market hours. But I did see Ross Gerber. He just left CNBC. That was interesting.
Yeah, Ross is interesting. I find it exciting that he has such outsized influence in this space when you compare it to the historic returns of his fund, which are negative. But some of his views are negative, so I guess it matches. And that's... I tell you, man, I try and get James to come on the show all the time. He loves me so much and he's just too busy. He'll be back sooner. I can tell because I'm
we
fun.
should in the future, we should just, for James, we should just pretend to have a live stream. Then we interview him on our shows and then we just do a switcheroo and then he thinks, wait, when is the Tesla event again? So,
James, we all love you, man.
Yeah. Aw, well, I can feel the love radiating for everybody. I'll answer the question that was posed earlier, which is I think they're going to use the gigacasting technology that they've been pioneering for many years now. And they're going to make the thing out of stainless steel and glass primarily. Some people think Cybertruck is entirely stainless steel and glass, and it's not, right? There's other stuff in there too.
Not even
Tesla
exoskeleton,
engineers,
so yeah.
They go piece by piece, figuring out which material is optimal to do this job.
Yeah.
So this cross section or, this support piece, whatever it is, they go with whatever makes the most sense for safety, and for durability and for strength and whatever trade-offs they're trying to balance. I would expect to see Cybertaxi do something similar to what we've seen as the state of the art from Tesla, which is Cybertruck.
And for those of you who are not patrons of James Stevenson, every week he has James and Loki's Gems of the Week as an exclusive on Patreon and X and probably YouTube if you have channel members. And it's like hanging out with James. It's a lot of fun.
I think they click on the We Robot thing and they go to some broadcast thing and it goes to 1 minute left.
Yikes, thank you for
can you shop later, Brian, please?
Nope, shopping now. Shopping broccoli.
And for those that are watching this that aren't aware, I think, James, you've been named by Elon Musk as the best Tesla analyst on the street. So hat goes off to you.
Well, you're a heck of a nice guy to misquote him that way. I appreciate it. I do have some direct quotes from Elon back here on the shelf behind me of some nice things he has said about me from time to time. I am striving every day to be worthy of such high praise. While I have my day job too, that takes a lot of my time.
Yeah, so we are just about down to it. They've got 98,000 views. We've got 24,000 views. Wow, I see. I could have just done that. Yeah, not too bad, you guys. Doing pretty good. Oof.
And I actually promised the missus that I would log off at 10 p.m. local time here on the East Coast. So,
okay.
I will say a bit of fonda to you.
Thank you, James. It was an absolute delight having you. Tell Loki we said thank you for sharing you.
All right,
folks. And Loki should, please, Loki, check your inbox. Loki should check the inbox. I'm going to interview her.
I'll make sure he checks his email.
He checks it, yeah.
Bye.
All righty. Very good stuff. We are down to it. This is going to...
This looks like a neural net that we have. We see here the connections being made. This makes a lot of sense since we are talking about AI capabilities of a car too. So that's what I interpreted in this picture. What do you guys think?
I think that their volume better increase or it's going to be kind of quiet and frustrating. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Are they also on YouTube? Can anyone tell me?
I don't think so, but I check.
Yeah. Looks like we've got Scott joining us.
Yes. So any updates from your standpoint? Oh, it's 7:03, so we're ready. So basically, here with John and let's see, Tesla Tino is around here. I also over here,
Brian full screen
and some other. So Hubert managed to get up to the main stage. So, is he a VIP? Yeah, admittedly, he's a VIP. Or Tesla Mama pulled him up
full
there.
Screen.
So the Tesla royalty is over there, and the rest of us are back here watching the live stream on a big screen like the rest of you. But at least we're being fed. I can say that much. And we also, John, you're DMF. So this is like Southwest Birdie right now. And somewhere on there is a time of when I think we get to go on our rides. Between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Wow. So it's going to at least 11.
9:30 to 10. So there we go.
9:30 to 10. So I will be the one with...
You're even earlier than us. I'll trade you.
I will be the very last one to get an impression.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people out there.
Yeah. Have you seen anyone after F?
I don't know.
Have you seen these? Yeah, there might even be another group off somewhere else.
Yeah.
But that means... If after 11, then that's going to midnight or something like that. So
I don't think this party is going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear John.
Yeah, so I don't think this party is ending anytime soon.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? And then whoever what's they're supposed to be. Oh, how do we do this? Oh, let's get it out here. Yeah, the movie's a lot that have nothing to do with the camera control. All right. So that's supposed to be what's called the Tesla Theater right now, at least for tonight. But yeah, that's it. We don't have much more to update except that Dirty Tesla is here with us. Joe Tegmeyer, I think, is here. Even believe it or not, Rob Lauer is here, back with the rest of us. So I guess that's how it goes. I guess Rob's not considered a VIP again anymore. Oh well. And even Bradford's back here with us. So We're not alone. We're amongst friends. That's all I had to add.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate you giving us the big report, and we'll be on the lookout for your update as it becomes available, and we'll be here until we're not here anymore. All right. Very
so the
good.
live stream is also on YouTube. We could also check if the sound there is better.
The people are saying that on YouTube that's a fake.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so I will not be doing that.
No, but it's no. That's not a fake. It's on the official Tesla website.
Yeah, it's not a fake.
Okay.
It's just playing. It's just playing that song and the lyrics to it. But
Is it just playing this? A very interesting decision to.
Yeah, it's playing that, I think.
Okay. Well, we'll see if the sound is better there.
But I'm not sure if it's a little delayed or not.
Well, I've got them both up, so whichever one hits first is the one we will do.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So,
yeah,
to the audience, what do you expect from this event? What's the main thing you're 100% sure that's going to be shown? I would love to hear it.
We've got Herbert back. Let's do this real quick.
Herbert,
Herbert, what is going on?
Hey, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the event is just about to start, but it's really interesting because now we're seeing all the VIP people. We've got Joe Gebbia, the board member from Airbnb, or board member of Tesla. He's with his wife, Siobhan. I guess one of the mothers of the Elon's kids are here, and then you can see over here that's the VIP section. This is where the robotaxi will come. And these guys will be the first to get in the robotaxi to get a ride. That's the situation. You can see that there's like these things they call stations. So I don't know if you can see that. It says human directory station. So that is where you're going to get picked up, and then you're going to go for rides right here on those streets, right here. So
That's it.
We're feeling like the event is about to start right now. Thanks.
That is exciting, and yeah, we'll check back in with you when you have a chance. And yeah, very cool. Very cool.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Say hello to Kristen. Bye.
Oh, so interestingly, the two feeds I'm seeing from Tesla and from are slightly different. Slightly different. Maybe one is ahead of the other. Tough to say.
I think so. That on
I think
maybe
X is slightly ahead.
Yeah, it would make sense that they do that like that.
Yeah. Well, if the volume is insufficient, we will switch to the YouTube one because I believe the volume is better, but we will find out. Brian has rejoined us to complete the 3 Brian and Simon and Jan Quinfecta. I don't know what you call that, but it seems pretty good to me. It seems like a all-star lineup, and we appreciate everyone being here. The paint is drying. Nice. Let's see. So yeah, we are here covering it. We are getting ready for the big event. We are excited. There are robo-taxi rides tonight. That much has been confirmed. The admission lanyard that is received by guests is their assigned time and lot. And we found out Herbert didn't want to brag that he was in the VIP section, but Scott Walter already spilled the beans. Alexandra grabbed him, took him to the VIP, and said, "This is it. He's the VIP." So this is a great point here. Are we getting our Back to the Future hoverboard? It would only make sense.
Just important here. If that doesn't show up, Wall Street will be furious, and we will see that in the stock price, of course.
Who do they pay for these VFX? I can answer that. Fiverr.
Yeah.
Jan, if you requested someone to create VFX for you and they gave you this, how would you feel?
Yeah, pretty good. I think it's good visual effects here.
It's
happening.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not exciting. I do feel that there's a neural
it's-
theme
yeah.
here with the
Yeah.
neurons and the synapses and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah. I have, and I don't mean to brag, several of these firing in my head at any given time. Because
Well, that's
because
good.
I don't mean to brag, but my IQ is 3 digits.
Oh, you not
I-
also like Herbert didn't brag about the VIP section, so that's good. I hope he doesn't see this at his own channel.
Oh, I mean, no, I hope he does. I hope he comes back and spends 10 hours watching this. Oh my gosh, there is so much about to happen.
So
yes.
what we could do is share maybe on X the feed what the people are sharing about this event right now until the stream starts. And then, I mean, this makes sense because we've seen some materials, some maps of the whole Robotaxi event maybe. Or
We have,
should
huh?
we just...
Yeah,
huh?
I'll take a look.
Dr.
I'll take a
Know-it-all.
look. Something like this. Tesla's rumored to have 15 acres at the event. And this is the map. Westworld, Metropolis, Tesla Theater, and New York. Interesting. I have a bet with our CEO, says Joa. He thinks we will only see app plus service launch today. I think it's a new platform and 2 cars with and without steering wheel. What's your take? And Joa got a ticket. Yeah, so that's neat. Yeah. I don't know what to say about the map. You guys, what do we say about the map? I think it's going to go all over town. I think we know that it's going till at least 10:30 or 11 based on the times slotted for test drives. Yeah, 700,000 viewers. Let me take a look at that. 732,000 viewers. Whoo. That would...
So,
yeah. I don't know how many views the Apple presentations get, but this is 732,000 views here. And if we jump over to YouTube, we see another 98,000 here. Whoops, did I unshare? I did. That's funny. Another, 98,000 here. But, yeah, this is likely to be fairly big. I do believe. So Simon, do you think that there is anything that could happen at this event that would make analysts dump the stock? Like anything they see where they go, sell it. Now, we didn't see a big buy the rumor run up, but we could still sell without buying the rumor. What do you think?
Man, I've been contemplating this for the last day or two, going like, what's going to happen? Honestly, it's a coin toss. I'd be going off like my gut, but you're right. I thought about that, the fact that it hasn't run up right before the event, and many times. So just based on that, I even like went into Grok and was asking how many times has Tesla run up or down after they've announced. Like, so I'm playing with all those things. What I am looking at and saying, I don't know what will make the stock move down, but I do get this gut feeling that even if there is a sell-off tomorrow, because just like, a lot of the events that are played out, that we view, Cybertruck, AI Day, Battery Day, a lot of us in this community will look at it and go, holy moly, like we're blown away. And we're so excited about what's to come. And then there's either tumbleweeds in the media or the stock sells off a bit the next day. But there's usually support after that. So even if this isn't fully recognized, which I'm hopeful, but I don't think it'll be recognized by Wall Street. What would make it back to, that on a sell-off, it would be because I'm looking here if this is something new.
Is what something new?
The visuals that we're having.
I mean, I don't know. They're
Yeah, it's
just
new that those are servers now, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Data center.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because this topic isn't as easy as, for example, a product release for the average customer, I think, and because it's very complex. And I think this one is really much in the details. I think the ripple effects of this event will be seen maybe way later, that people realize what's happening, and that would be the point when this hits the consumer market, kind of, to see, because then the neural net capacity that you need to process this and to actually run a system like this is so huge that it's crazy. I mean, not from and I think analysts know this more or less, but overall the consumer, maybe it's a little bit difficult to grasp, kind of.
So what I would see is what would the street need to see for this to run the stock tomorrow? And none of us here are short-term investors, but of course we all feel better when the stock goes up, and we get depressed when it goes down. I think that if they could lay out a path, and I think it's completely doable that they do this, if they could lay out, like, Wall Street needs to be spoon-fed, this is our plan. So I'll give you an example. They would say, okay, we're going to start producing these robo-taxis in first half of 2025. And we're going to put it on this platform. We're going to charge, well, actually, they probably won't say what the margins are, but they'll say, this is what we expect. So if they can create some kind of forecast that the analysts can put it into their spreadsheets and then come up with their own numbers, it's not that difficult. And if Elon wanted to do that, I mean, he's been known to pull out a couple of rabbits recently. And if he could do that and just give Wall Street a tidbit of, this is our view, and he doesn't have to lay it all out, but just give them some kind of view, not just, we got a battery and this is what it's going to do, but what are the economics of this? So what are the economics of this robo-taxi? And I don't know if I'm explaining it properly, Brian, but that's what we need to see on Wall Street, in terms of, like, just give people, lay out the groundwork as to what are the economics of this. And then all of a sudden people can go back and put in the spreadsheet, and then they'll put in possibilities of how that will work out. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, think about the Cybertruck.
Right.
They launched the Cybertruck, and I saw that and I said, holy crap, what an incredible product. And then everybody in the street says, who's going to buy that? That's ridiculous. and we're all watching that going, that is genius. Yeah. And then it comes out and it's genius, and everybody's buying it, every star in Hollywood, and this thing will probably outsell the biggest out. But they didn't lay out that. They said, maybe we'll create 50,000. Okay, we ramp up production, we'll get to 200. All Wall Street said is, yeah sure you will.
Well, so I like what you're saying. What I'm hearing you say. Now, I had asked Matt Smith, I don't know, a year or two ago, maybe 2 years ago now, when will Wall Street count Megapack? And his answer was, when the revenue shows up.
Correct.
And then the revenue showed up and they started counting it. Then that would make sense. Cybertruck, you can debate its merit, its demands, its manufacturing efficacy, its design, but you can't deny that it is a truck and that trucks sell well in America. I guess you can deny it's a truck. Some people tried that. But with this, yeah, I think what we need to see is concrete expectations, something that, yeah, like you said, that they can actually put into their spreadsheets. Guys, if you're watching, wondering what's going on, it is 7:19 p.m. on the West Coast, and it hasn't started yet. Why? Because it hasn't started yet. It's just how Tesla do. This is not a surprise to me. I don't think anyone on the panel is surprised. The view counts are still climbing. 1.1 million tuned in on X alone, much more on YouTube. And then, of course, we've also got all the people watching on other channels, mine and elsewhere. So that's, Tesla Fix, of course, co-streaming this with me. And Herbert, Brighter with Herbert, is also co-streaming. So this is, oh my gosh, it is... They're building the anticipation, you guys. And I did see a great comment. I put it up on the screen that said, maybe you guys aren't ready for it. but your kids are going to love it. Back to the Future. Marty McFly.
I have a news from Tesla on the Silicon Valley. That
Yes.
Unfortunately, somebody passed out right behind at the Tesla event. The firefighters came quickly. Okay. Well, yeah. Just.
Well, yeah.
Not relevant, but yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's this is going to be a big one. I don't know what we're going to see, but I'm very excited. And guys, feel free to continue commenting during the stream. The comments are visible to me, and I will add them if I like them or if I see them, because they're coming in pretty quick and I can't see all of them. So if I don't put yours up, it is nothing personal, or it is, and I won't tell you, because I'm a nice guy and we can disagree about things like let's go. I agree with that one. Okay, that was a bad example. A shrubbery. Okay, I'm just gonna I'll just say right now, knee. Yeah. So 7:21 in the PM. It is 10:21 PM on the East Coast. Guys, what time is it in Germany?
Oh, just 4:20, literally.
4:20 in the AM.
Yeah.
Rashetsky, you're in Central?
Yep, Central Time Zone. We got 9:21 here.
And Simon, you're back east, so you're at 10:21?
That's right.
And Brian, you're on the Eastern?
I'm just West Coast, so in California.
Oh, you're on the West. Oh, you're in California.
Yeah,
I did not realize.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and we are on Elon time. And yeah. And
I got another one for you.
yes. Oh, real quick before we do that though, is what time is it where you are watching this? Put it in the chat. Go ahead, Brian.
What kind of kilowatts per mile do you think that we'll see the Cybercab get down to? Because I think that's going to be a really big thing. The more efficient the vehicle can be, the less batteries it's going to need, and the less charging infrastructure it will need. It can, if it's extremely efficient, it can charge on an L2, pretty rapidly. It can probably even just charge on a regular 110. So there won't be any constraint whatsoever with someone purchasing this or purchasing a bunch of them for a building. They'll just need a bunch of wall outlets. What do you guys think about that?
So I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to see better than 200 watts per mile. Which would mean that, but the reason for it is you don't need a massive motor. You only need one that is of appropriate size to handle the regen. And it could be single motor. You don't need breakneck speed if you're not the driver. I don't want breakneck speed if I'm not the driver. So you can have a smaller motor, which means you can have a lighter motor, which means you can have a smaller battery, which means you get into this virtuous cycle where the brakes get cheaper, the wheels get cheaper, the tires, the suspension, it all gets cheaper and lighter, and then you can scale it all down a little bit more again. So I think under 200 watts per mile. Thoughts, everybody?
Yeah, I agree with it. It has nothing to do with the charging time. It's just how do we bring the cost down, the capex of each vehicle, and it's just going to be a feature of that. Yeah, you'll have a smaller battery and it'll be able to be much more efficient than any of the cars they have on the road, just because it's a smaller vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts, Jan?
Well, sorry, I was just reading comments, so I was again gone mentally.
What kind of efficiency do you expect from the robotaxi?
I think since it's lighter, it will have a different like the weight to how do you say, the energy ratio or performance ratio, whatever is will be better, I think, than other cars from Tesla. I think it depends. I'm not sure. I think it will be good, especially when they are going with a lightweighter route, not stainless steel. Maybe if it really is, if they would save like a lot of weight, then I think it's can be good. But I'm not into the details of how much in numbers that would be kind of. But I think it will be, yeah, it will have a better ratio than other Teslas probably. That's my guess. Or maybe, but maybe I'm just wrong. And yeah,
I think it's
All right.
if it's substantially lighter, that you could get to maybe 50% better than the 4.5 miles per kilowatt hour of Model 3 or something like that. So maybe in the range of 6.5. Tough to get much beyond that because you have to go to pretty big extremes. Like I think Aptera had 10 miles per kilowatt hour. So it's tough to get really that high.
That's true.
Yeah, it gets prohibitive at that point. I did have someone in the chat complaining, next time do a sound check for all participants. My friend, we are almost entirely volunteers. We do not get paid big or really much money to do this. So it's do you want the coverage or not? I guess is what I'd say to that. Be nice, you know?
Sorry, what, are you guys getting paid for this?
Yeah.
I want some of that.
No.
Yeah.
But many people like I've heard some things from people that, I mean, my channel is called Tesla Fix. Like even the small channels, people assume that Elon Musk has everybody on the payroll, which is so ridiculous. Yeah.
No, can I comment on that? Hold on,
please.
sorry to cut you guys off. Yeah, I've heard that before in chats, or I've gone on spaces on X. I know I've seen all of you guys. I've never met you in person, but I've seen you all in spaces and on other YouTube, and I'm sure you've gotten the same comments. So to everybody else out there, like, we're not doing this because we're getting paid by anybody. And this probably, I work in wealth management. I manage money for clients, and most of our clients don't want to invest in Tesla because of Elon Musk. And we force them to because we tell them, hey, this is a good idea. And so I just want to be clear that we're doing this on our own time because we think it's the right thing to do. And we're excited, just like everybody else is joining here at like 11 o'clock or on like a Thursday night. We're leaving to be, from being with our families to do this because we're excited about this cause. It's pretty darn awesome. And I'm going to look back on this and say, it's almost like a lunar landing. This is really awesome.
Yeah, because it is. This is a revolutionary technology that we are about to witness. And the fun thing is, for me, is I love that it didn't spread so much, or it's like dampened a little bit. This or the hype is not as big as at some announcement we've already had, because people will look back and say, why didn't we pay attention? Because it will be revolutionary, because nobody cares about the Mercedes Drive Pilot Level 3 autonomous traffic jam assistant. This one is a different beast because they managed to vertical integrate every core technology that you need. And now with SpaceX also in the mix, if I see space like a Starlink integration directly in the robotaxi, because it would make sense, because they've made the smaller Starlink now, and I can think of that this form factor will be shown in the robotaxis, that they are connected. It just makes sense if Tesla plays out these synergies that they can have with all the Musk companies around that. It's gonna be like the competitive advantage that they have is unprecedented in the whole car industry. If you even call it a car, like if Tesla is even considered in the car business, kind of. I see it differently. I see it that we're about to hit the mark where Tesla spreads out into a whole different spheres, because they are solving mobility that's different than making a car. It's a way different thing. And from overnight, they can become an Uber, like instantly. And this is so overlooked. It's just crazy to me. Yeah.
The way I would view it is, a lot of people collect baseball cards or into sports. I work in an office full of brokers, and they know the statistics of every single player in the NHL. And this is a hobby for me, and I'm really excited about it. And so anytime somebody brings up anything about EVs and Tesla, it's probably the equivalent of somebody that talks about hockey statistics. It's like, oh, I this is where I really enjoy being in this space, because I think it drives all of us. And if you're on the space at 10:30 at night watching this from home in bed and you're on an iPad and your wife is beside you saying, "What are you watching?" You're obviously a real big fan of what's going on right now in technology as well. And I think that's how we all got into this.
What they say to me is this really what you watch? My family didn't understand. I was poking fun at whatever they were watching, and they said, "Well, what do you watch?" And I said, "Do you really want to see?" So I put on The Limiting Factor, and they could not believe that a human would choose to learn that intensely in their spare time for fun. But yeah, it's not for
The
everyone.
situation so severe. Oh, sorry.
What happened?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Oh, okay. So the situation for me was actually I couldn't, like my peers couldn't anymore take it that I talk about Tesla all the time, and my wife just said to me, "Please just tell it the internet, please. I can't bear it. I can't go onto the deep end so far." That's why I started my channel. So yeah, well, that's that.
We're all like those kids that wouldn't stop talking about dinosaurs. So I'm getting a buffering issue here. Let me see if I can catch it up to current. I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, we know why it's doing it. Because there's a million people on and it crashes.
Let's check YouTube.
No, the one on my other computer is doing fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're X streaming, not quite up to speed. I wonder if refreshing would be refreshing. Because everything else is running obviously just fine. Okay. Let's see. Big news coming up, as Matt points out here. Starship launch 2024. Could be in a couple days. A matter of days. That's another one of those moments in history that I can't believe people choose to just not watch, not care about. Watching the everything since Starhopper live when possible was exciting to me. Watching them try to land it was exciting. And then watching every one of the fully stacked starships lift off into the sky, some quicker than others, has been historic, monumental, exciting. It is 7:33. For those who are unaware, there was a medical emergency in the crowd, which required immediate attention, and starting the event at that time would have been the wrong thing to do. So they, I don't know if that has been addressed, or if it takes another few minutes. Add lame techno music. Sell. There is lame techno music on it. I have muted it because in the past we end up with copyright strikes for the music because Tesla, because no one told them to use royalty-free music because the person who would have told them that, I guess, was in the department that was eliminated. So that's, unfortunate, but how it goes. Yeah. Yeah. There's some funny comments, you guys. One person had asked, several people had asked, where the heck is Herbert? He's at the event in the VIP section. Specifically, I do these co-streams with Herbert every week. We usually are live Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Pacific. People don't always understand that it's also my show. It's also going out on my channel. I've had people, when I make announcements on the show, say, "Hey, pipe down. This ain't your show." My friend, my brother in Christ. It is my show. Yeah.
Brian,
So
why don't you guys just chime in and let people know, because we've got a lot of viewers tonight, sort of what you do on your day job and maybe your family background.
So this is my day job. It has been for a couple years now, and I don't know if it will still be for much longer because traffic's gone down. Traffic has gone down. Elon has the right to free speech, and in doing so, it's going to turn off some viewers. It's just going to do that. And across most Tesla channels, traffic has gone down a bit. and I was just right at the tipping point, and now I'm below the tipping point. So I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for subscribers. You folks at home, if you could subscribe, that would potentially save me. So that would be great. My background, I was a banker for many years. I was in finance, lending, and a spreadsheet wizard. And before that, I was in sales. And then I spent 20 years as a writer. I wrote business proposals. I did business consulting for tourist attractions, restaurants, things like that. And was also a comedy writer. For most of that 20 years. But like this, you get a lot of people who love what you do, but it's just really tough to make a living out of it. And I actually I was on stage with Corey Steuben a couple of years ago, and he said, "Boy, you got a lot more laugh lines than me." I hope so. I hope so, because it was my job for so long. So what I do on the channel is I do all kinds of analysis. I figure out where batteries are coming from, where they need to come from. I know the inside of the factories better than anyone who isn't under non-disclosure agreement, because I study them thoroughly. And every now and then I'll find a source who will share with me something they don't like to share. But if you ask them a specific enough question, and you ask it in the right way, you will get an answer. And if it's a small enough thing, they don't realize they're giving you the last piece to the puzzle. They're just giving you one piece. They're more inclined to share it. So I get a lot of information, and I'll tell you that if there's a channel out there that doesn't have me on, I just can't consider them serious.
No, but that's interesting, because I listened to your analysis of it in the past. I didn't know that you had a background in finance, and I'm listening, and I thought, for this YouTuber, he's actually really good at analyzing some of these small points. And like, I'm somebody who follows and has access to all the Wall Street analysts, and like, I have to say, my hat goes off to you. Like, your analysis has been pretty next level. And it's been really good, but it also explains it that you did have a background in finance as well. And you know, your sense of humor is actually pretty good when I'm watching it. And but the analysis is excellent, and I guess it must come from you being in the financial industry prior to doing this.
Well, I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into it, and you know, I'm always out there trying to do things that are not always popular. You know, I will review small companies, small products, new things that I know aren't going to get a ton of clicks, but I consider it the vegetables you have to eat before we get to the dessert. And if I only chased the clicks, the channel I don't think would be as valuable. Guys, we are at 2 million views just on the one main broadcast, waiting for it to go. We're at 738. This event is going into extra innings. I'm just telling you, because we should be most of the way through the presentation. I assume the second it starts, all of us will shut off our cameras, race to the bathrooms, and then race back. But this is bad.
Well,
I don't know which part you mean, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, maybe
I'm curious with you guys. I want to hear your other takes of like what you guys do in family backgrounds.
Yeah, so maybe I can tell you that now. So my background is actually in film production. So I've studied media design, and was specialized in short movies, like 10-minute movies, in that direction. And so I've shifted over through the production into the marketing, but from a more hands-down approach, because I see that social media is way too complex to just do it from, like, you can learn marketing in university, but you need to produce content actually to know what the platforms are doing, because you're right at the pulse. So that's what I've focused on. So my day job actually is I work for a huge European fashion brand, or German-based fashion brand that is or located in Switzerland, but it's a German brand. It's called Job. So everything that you see related to Joop in the Instagram channels and stuff like this. It's not a known brand in the USA, especially because you cannot pronounce the name there pretty good. So the expansion is not planned so far, but Canada and stuff like this has the brand, and UK and more. So this is my day job, and on the side I'm doing this YouTube thing and doing content since I'm like 14 or something like this. So I have a long way of producing videos, but specialization lies in compositing, so visual effects and video production here, like movies, short movies, and directing as well, stuff like this. Yeah, that's what I do.
How about you guys?
So I have my website, nextbigfuture.com. Been running it for about 20 years. 30,000 articles. Do a lot of deep dives into deep tech companies and science, and I also work with startup companies, help them fundraise and advise them. Advise a laser nuclear fusion company. Company that does T-cell vaccines, and some AI companies, molecular nanotechnology. So I cover kind of like a single person CB insight, and I cover hundreds of companies in each industry. And so nuclear molten salt, nuclear fusion, so basically all the deep tech stuff. So.
Cool. And how about you, Brian? Other Brian, third Brian.
Yes, sorry, Brian, I missed you on that one. I have horrible allergies right now. I think those hurricanes have been making our weather here in Texas extremely dry and brutal for allergies. So, but my background here is I was a drone pilot. I'm a photographer. My current full-time job right now is a product photographer for an antiques company. So I take product photography of just all sorts of random stuff. I've done an extremely large amount of different types of photography. I think I'm mostly known for Getty images and stock photography. A lot of Austin related photos are my photos, or you've probably seen my photos a million times. If you've ever seen an article of Austin, you've probably seen one of my photos. I've also been a drone cinematographer, or drone pilot on a couple movie sets, very low budget. I got into Tesla, into investing into Tesla, because of the story. A lot of what you guys have talked about previously about investing in a Tesla and in the analyst side of it is a little different than what I kind of researched and think of when I think of like Peter Lynch and his idea of you're not investing into you're investing into the story. And that's what I keep thinking that today is. It's that story. Today's going to be the story that Tesla is going to tell the world of, what this company is going to grow into and be. I have 2 kids. You've seen one of them pop in every now and then. He's been wanting to get on here. He wants to start his own YouTube channel. I have a 2-year-old, and I live in Austin, Texas, and right outside of Austin. So I was a drone pilot at Giga Texas for a long time. I filmed the construction of it from very early on till I don't know, maybe about a year or so into it. I'm the only person that's ever snowboarded at Giga Texas. I think that's still a current stat, a current record of mine. And just again, here, why we do this. I'm not getting paid to do this. I just love Tesla. I love innovation. I love technology, and there's nothing better out there right now than seeing the Tesla story unfold. No one's doing anything like it, and it's worth it all.
Eddie Herbert, what is going on, my friend?
Hey, everybody. All right, so you probably heard now Elon Musk just tweeted out that there was a medical emergency. So that's why we had to slow down. We saw a couple ambulances and a fire truck, but that looks like it's taken care of. there is lots of kids here, as you can see. Wait, hold on. Playing around on the street. And then you see all the VIPs over here. Those are the big boys. Those are the first ones. I'm probably going to take this Cybertruck first Cybercar event. I just saw Ron Barron. I don't know if you guys saw the photo I just took with him. So asked him that maybe he would do an interview with me. So that's we got a lot of fun. So we're going to see it very
Well,
soon. I
fingers
think it's going to
crossed.
start right away. Yeah.
That's very
There's
exciting.
helicopters, lots of lights. Is that Brian? It's this is as Hollywood as you can get. It's a big deal. They did not chimp on the food. Lots of the best food, best drinks, all free, and it's just a great event. So you can see all the big celebrities, all the big board members. They're all here. They all came to this event. So.
Well,
see you
Herbert,
guys
I want you to know you've got 30,000 people watching you now, and it is going
Appreciate
pretty
it.
fantastic on our end. We are holding down the fort.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Drake himself. How are you, my man?
Yeah, you got some fans here. You got a lot of fans here.
Yeah.
Brian. All right, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon.
All
Bye.
right. So that is very exciting stuff. If I could keep this stream rolling properly, that'd be more exciting. But, hey, what are you going to do?
We can try that I share it and maybe this works.
Yeah, why don't
I'm
you
not
do
sure.
that? Let's try it out. That's a great idea.
Oh, could you hear the audio? But
There
I don't
you
want
go.
to be claimed. Audio is also playing, right?
Yes, but I can mute it on my side too if you want to turn it back on.
No,
Go ahead and turn it back on. Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to
I
check, but it's very
apologize
quiet, actually.
to Brian Wang for the super chats hiding your face. I do not mean to do that. It is nothing personal. If there's one thing my streams definitely could benefit from, it's more Wang. So we will work on that. And for that matter, Brian, I've never had you on the show directly. We can remedy that in the future. And I know that I've been trying to connect with Rashetsky for a while now. We'll get that sorted out too. Oh, look, it's buffering for you. How about that? Oh.
So you know what's interesting? So you put together a great group, but what I found what I find really interesting is I want to hear different opinions from people that come from different backgrounds and professions. And the interesting thing about these Tesla spaces and even the group we have tonight is we're not a whole bunch of Wall Street analysts. There's people from different backgrounds, all extremely successful at what they're doing. And all of us can probably go into any single field and be successful at that. And we've chosen what we are passionate about. And then, but we've all come together on this Tesla topic, and we're all coming at it from different angles. Like my therapist would say, when my wife and I are talking about something we can't agree on, and I love my wife and she's the best in the world, but she'd say, you're both on different islands and you're viewing it from a...
Jan, we can hear it again. Go ahead and mute it again. I guess I can't control the volume on my side.
What do you mean? Like I have.
Oh, you know what?
right
Never
now.
mind. Never mind.
I have it muted.
That's a different.
Okay, but I have it muted too. So
Sure. Did anyone else hear music, or was it just me?
now I just.
You're hearing things, dude.
That's good because I don't want it going out on the stream. I was like, I'm looking at my tabs. I'm like, I don't
didn't
see
hear it.
any. I don't see anything that's making noise. I hear it again. I'm probably. Oh, I see. I got it. That's what it is. Okay, found it.
I think even geographically, we're all pretty distant.
Yeah. Only 2 on the West Coast, and the rest of the show was more of the same. Coast to coast, and a bit internationally.
Yeah. Again,
this is-
right now it's 4:40 or 4:50 a.m. in Germany. I just wanted to make this clear. And it's a work day tomorrow, so that's fun to make a lot of marketing efforts tomorrow for my company.
Wait, are you
Great.
going to work tomorrow?
Heck yeah, I am. I still
Hardcore.
like my body is still functioning that I can kind of overcharged my body, or how you say, but not for long. I think not for long.
I was in conferences all day. We finished like we're in New York, and I finished around 3:30, and I had about an hour and a half for a break, and I ran back to my hotel, and I like literally put blinders on, earplugs, and said, "I need half hour sleep because I'm going to be up late tonight for this." And I'm just trying to like make it because we've got 6 a.m. like meetings first thing in the morning. So I'm not in bad shape like you will be.
Yeah, after this one, I have a podcast tomorrow morning that I do each week with Tesla owners of Silicon Valley. I assume that's still on, although depending how late this goes, we'll see if John and Joe are feeling up for it. And there's so many trolls in the comments. My gosh, you guys, it's just trolling used to be an art form.
Ooh,
It's supposed to be interesting. Oh,
that's a good sign.
Earthquake.
So
There's been
I wanted to
Yes.
share here the stock price for 1 second. You can see that like it's a straight line, just like the live stream, and the stock is also waiting for anything happening right now, I think.
Yeah. Earthquake, the event's canceled. Yeah, it's just so dumb. Trolling used to be an art form. It was something that people took pride in, where they could, you have to keep it just convincing enough that people go, no, wait, what? And this is just thread sharding. It's just not good work. It doesn't offend me as an analyst. It offends me as a comedian. It's terrible. Let's see if this something here. Yeah, the medical emergency. Someone also said, there's no explanation. We deserve an explanation. We had it on screen for like 5 minutes. There's a medical emergency in the crowd. And we know that that's not bogus because someone showed up, and Herbert came in and said, we saw the ambulance. We saw the fire truck. It is not fake. It is real. Tesla has a product.
Brian, I think the comments are coming in because they view us, they view you and this channel as all professionals, and we're supposed to be reporting them on a minute by minute basis as they would be watching like CNBC or something to that effect. And that's just the mindset that they're in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also people love attention, and it's easier to get attention for doing negative things than positive things. So it doesn't bother me. Just keep the comments coming. You folks, silly and otherwise. Is it time? Is it time?
Let's do this.
Oh, baby.
Let's go.
Okay. This reminder, this is a co-stream going out on Tesla Fix, FutureAzA, and Brighter with Herbert, with many special guests, including Brian Rashevsky, Brian Wang, and Simon Hale is here. Okay.
All right.
Is it which? Oh, come on! I can't unmute it. It's not unmuting. You have to unmute it. Reshare it.
Come on, clever robots.
Seeing us here, as you know, this is the birthplace
Is audio playing?
of many epic
Yes.
films, many of them depicting
Pretty quietly.
a vision of the future. We're here tonight to experience that future that is closer than you think. And who better than Elon, right, to show us that future? So it looks like Elon's on his way, so let's welcome him up here.
Welcome. Welcome to the We Robot Party. So we have quite a show for you tonight. I think you're gonna like it. As you can see, I just arrived in the Robotaxi, the Cybercab. And there's 20 more where that came from. So they've been traveling. There's no people in them, as you can see. The car's just going by with no people. And we have 50 fully autonomous cars here tonight. So you'll see Model Ys and the Cyber Cab, all driverless. You'll be able to take a ride in the Cyber Cab. There's no steering wheel or pedals. So I hope this goes well. We'll find out. So you see a lot of sci-fi movies where the future is dark and dismal, where it's not a future you want to be in. So, like, I love Blade Runner, but I don't know if we want that future. I think we want that duster he's wearing, but not the bleak apocalypse. We want to have a fun, exciting future that if you could look in a crystal ball and see the future, you'd be like, yes, I wish I could be there now. That's what we want. So when we think about transport today, there's a lot of kind of pain that we take for granted that we think is normal. Like having to drive around LA in like 3 hours of traffic. Yeah, and people that live in LA, I mean, try to get from Pasadena to, El Segundo during rush hour is like, you can fly to, another city faster than you can get to crosstown LA. So, and you have to drive the whole way. Unless you're in a Tesla, of course. Now, Tesla already does quite well at this, supervised self-driving. So supervised full self-driving is actually working quite well. I'm sure there's people in the crowd, you're using that, yeah? So we'll move from supervised full self-driving to unsupervised full self-driving, where the car, you could fall asleep and wake up at your destination. So, but there's also a challenge for a lot of people that cars cost too much. I mean, when you factor in everything that goes into a car, and the car insurance, and the car payments, and the storage of the car, it's very expensive. So with, and you say like how many hours a week are cars used? Your average passenger car is only used about 10 hours a week out of 168 hours. So the vast majority of the time, cars are just doing nothing. But if they're autonomous, they could be used, I don't know, 5 times more, maybe 10 times more. So you could actually, for the same car, would have 5 times as much value, maybe 10 times as much value. There's 168 hours in the week, and like I said, only 10 of them are used for driving. So, and then a bunch of those hours are looking for a parking spot, which is, can be pretty annoying at times. So we want, with autonomy, you get your time back. This is a very big deal. So it's not just it'll save lives, like a lot of lives, and prevent injuries. I think we'll see autonomous cars become 10 times safer than a human. I mean, if you think of times past where there used to be an elevator operator in every elevator, but once in a while they get tired and they accidentally shear somebody in half, So now we have automated elevators. You just get in an elevator and you press a button, and you don't even think about it. And it just takes you to the floor. And if you did see an elevator operator with a big relay switch, you'd be like, that's weird. Now that's how cars will be. And it's not just the lives saved in injuries, but if you think about the cumulative time that people spend in a car and the time that they will get back, that they can now spend, well, I guess on their phones or watching a movie or doing work or whatever you want to do. You can think of the car in an autonomous world as being like just a little lounge. You're just sitting in a comfortable little lounge, and you can do whatever you want while you're in this comfortable little lounge. And when you get out, you will be at your destination. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome. So in fact, I think the cost of autonomous transport will be so low that you can think of it like individualized mass transit. The average cost of a bus per mile for a city, not the ticket price because that is subsidized, but the average price is about $1 a mile. Whereas the cost of cybercab, we think probably over time, from the operating cost is probably going to be around 20 cents a mile. And price, including taxes and everything else, probably ends up being 30 or 40 cents a mile. So yes, and you will be able to buy one. Yes, exactly. And we expect the cost to be below $30,000. And I think there'll be an interesting, business model where, like, let's say somebody is an, Uber or Lyft driver today, where they can actually sort of manage a fleet of cars, and sort of manage, I don't know, 10, 20 cars, and just sort of, take care of them like a shepherd tends their flock. You have your flock of cars, and you're the shepherd, and you take care of your flock of cars. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it's going to be a glorious future. It's going to be really something special. So, yes, good, all excellent questions. So, we do expect actually to start fully autonomous, unsupervised FSD in Texas and California next year. And that's obviously, that's with the Model 3 and Model Y. And then we expect to be in production with the Cybercab, which is really highly optimized for autonomous transport in probably, well, I tend to be a little optimistic with timeframes, but in 2026. So, yeah, before 2027, let me put it that way. We'll make this vehicle in very high volume, but well before that, you will experience a robotic taxi via the Model 3 and Model Y program, and Model S and X too. But your 3 and Y will achieve unsupervised full self-driving with permission in wherever regulators essentially approve it in the U.S. and then to follow in outside the U.S. So, and Cybertruck too, yes, of course. Sorry, I don't want to forget. Yes. All our cars, basically, all cars that we make. So, let's not get nuanced here. All right, next slide. So one of the reasons why the computer can be so much better than a person is that we have millions of cars that are training on driving. So it's like living millions of lives simultaneously and seeing very unusual situations that a person in their entire lifetime would not see. But hopefully, yeah, exactly. So, so with that amount of training data, it's obviously going to be much better than what a human could be, because you can't live a million lives. And it's also, it can see in all directions simultaneously, and it doesn't get tired or text or any of those things. So it will naturally be, like I said, 10, 20, 30 times safer than a human, just for all those reasons. And I want to emphasize that the solution that we have is AI and vision. So there's no expensive equipment needed. So the Model 3 and Model Y and S and X that we make today will be capable full autonomy unsupervised. And that means that our cost of producing the vehicle is low. Now, we are going to actually overspec the computer for the Cybercab. So our AI5 computer will be somewhat overspec'd. And because I think there's actually also an opportunity, sort of like an Amazon Web Services, where if the car is driving for 50 hours a week, there's still over 100 hours left. And there's a potential there to have a massive amount of distributed inference compute, where if you've got, like, say, a fleet of 100 million vehicles and a kilowatt of efficient inference compute, you have 100 gigawatts of compute, which is really quite substantial. And if it's there, you might as well use it. So, yeah, so that I think will make sense. So, all right. So our autonomous future is here. As I said, we've got 50 Teslas driving autonomously. We're trying to give you a sense of what cities will be like in the future. And when you get in, you'll see, like, it's really quite a wild experience to just be in a car with no steering wheel, no pedals, no controls, and it feels great. And we have enough vehicles here, so everyone should be able to try it out and experience the set that we've built here. It's a very big set, so it's like really, we've used I don't know, 20, 30 acres or something like that. It's really big. So it goes on, the ride's long. And we set it up to feel like a ride, like a park ride. So it'll be cool, and you'll get to experience it tonight. Something we're also doing is, and it's really high time we did this, is inductive charging. So the robotaxi has no plug. It just goes over the inductive charger and charges. So yeah, it's kind of how it should be. Thanks, guys. I love you too. So one of the things that is really interesting is how will this affect the cities that we live in? And when you drive around a city, or when the car drives you around a city, you'll see there's a lot of parking lots. There's parking lots everywhere, parking garages. And so what would happen if you have an autonomous world is that you can now turn parking lots into parks. And so we're taking the ing lot out of parking lot. Welcome. So there's a lot of opportunity to create green space in the cities that we live in. So that would be quite fantastic. Oh, and also, what happens if you need a vehicle that is bigger than a Model Y? The Robovan. The Robovan is we're going to make this, and it's going to look like that. Now, can you imagine going down the streets and you see this coming towards you? That'd be sick. So this can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city, or transport of up to 20 people at a time. So this is gonna, the Robovan is what's gonna solve for high density. So if you want to take a sports team somewhere, or you're looking to really get the cost of travel down to, I don't know, 5-10 cents a mile, then you can use the Robovan. Some people call it the Robovan, but so yeah. One of the things that we want to do, and we've seen this with the Cybertruck, is we want to change the look of the roads. The future should look like the future. So, speaking of robots, so everything we've developed for our cars, the batteries, power electronics, the advanced motors, gearboxes, the software, the AI inference computer, it all actually applies to a humanoid robot. It's the same techniques. It's just a robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels. And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus. And as you can see, we started with someone in a robot suit, sort of down, and then we've progressed dramatically year after year. So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you could have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. And I think at scale, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000. Probably less than a car, is my prediction, long term. Now, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do? It'll be able to do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids, it can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks, whatever you can think of, it will do. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. And I think this will be the biggest product ever of any kind. Yeah. Because I think everyone, of the 8 billion people of Earth, I think everyone's going to want their Optimus buddy. And there's going to be maybe two, and then they'll be producing products and services. I predict, actually, provided we address risks of digital superintelligence, 80% probability of good, a good outcome. Look on the bright side. The cup is 80% full. The cost of products and services will decline dramatically, and basically anyone will be able to have any products and services they want. It will be an age of abundance, the likes of which people have almost no one has envisioned. It'll be something special. So, now one of the things we wanted to show tonight was that Optimus is not a canned video. It's not walled off. The Optimus robots will walk among you. Please be nice to the Optimus robots. So you'll be able to walk right up to them, and they'll serve drinks at the bar. And you'll directly, I mean, that's just, it's a wild experience just to have humanoid robots, and they're there, you're just in front of you. So, yeah, with that, let's party. I love you guys too. If you look at that gazebo over there, let's get the party started.
I'm just turning off the sound so we don't get in trouble, because you know how the sound can be with issues like this. Well, I mean, wow. to all my troll friends in the comments, you gotta do better, man. We're way too smart for this. People say, oh, it'll never be approved without LiDAR. We're past that. It's already approved in like 27 states without LiDAR. You don't know what you're talking about. Although I would be curious, from where did you get your PhD? The big one for me, that van, the Robovan. What do you guys think? What's the thoughts? Is anybody not on the phone?
Is anybody? That van was amazing.
Yeah.
That it just looked so good.
Beyond sick. Unbelievable. Jan, hang tight. I think I have to. There you go.
And can you just move us over to the left side so we see more of the big front cabin, like you can see here? Like it doesn't have a windshield in that sense. It's like a lounge. That's
It's a
what he was
toaster.
talking about. Yeah, it is a toaster.
It has 2 slots where you can toast humans.
But did I hear it correctly that this thing is buyable, the RoboCab, the small one with the 2-seater?
Yes, and it'll be aiming for 30 grand. And I
with
would
the steering wheel or without. So this is something I want to know.
That's the question that we did not get the answer to. And to people complaining about the level of the audio, that was directly from X. That's how that was the volume level. Tesla is famous for their lackluster stream quality. This one at least looked nice. I've got mosquitoes in here. It's driving me crazy because my carriage house is essentially outside. Yeah, you guys trying to troll, you gotta do better. You gotta up your game. I'm sad for you guys. Let's get some thoughts on this. Let's start, Simon, if you're ready. I'd love to hear you hear what you got to say.
So I didn't expect them to, I'm going to turn this down. I didn't expect them to talk about the robots or Optimus. I think that was a surprise that they were, and that's what actually may affect Wall Street tomorrow, because everybody today is talking AI, and nobody considers Tesla as an AI company or robotics company. So that actually may have an effect on what Wall Street sees if they have actual robots walking around. That's first and foremost. The second thing is these cars look really cool. You're watching the same screen that I am right now, and I think that's underappreciated, that people actually want to drive in these taxis, and it's not just going to be about cost. People are going to want to take one of these and show up at an event with those. One of these are like scissor doors they're not gullwing. They're like scissor doors opening up, and it's a really cool car. At a very low cost. So people are going to want to show up in these, and the economics is going to be pretty interesting. The van, I think a lot of us were saying they'll probably release 2 cars tonight, and that was sort of expected. I didn't expect it to be so big, and I know that that's a huge market to disrupt, but they didn't talk about the pricing, and they didn't talk about when it's going to be available.
The when is a very big and crucial question. Looking at this vehicle, you'll notice it doesn't have panoramic glass. That's a big cost savings. We also didn't get to hear any of the actual specs. What is it made of? This looks like stamped steel to me, although it could be plastic, but I'm guessing it's stamped steel. It does have a cyber-inspired theme, but that absolutely looks painted to me.
So actually, the Tesla website, if everybody just wants to jump over, because I don't want to end the stream here, because there is now the We Robot webpage, and you see the Robotaxi, a photo of it in detail. So you can, if you like, look over
It's
there.
right here, but we have got Herbert waiting backstage, so I'm going to add him real quick. Herbert, are you there, my friend?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Donde está
Right now they're doing the
Herbert?
drone
Yes,
show.
sir.
Hey, Simon. Hey, guys. So they're doing a drone show right now. I'm going to show you that right now.
Let's check it.
Wow. Higher, Herbert, a little higher. We can't see. Yep, getting there.
Sorry, okay, guys, it's not too much. There's not enough light around here. So we just saw Elon Musk show off the RoboVan. You saw there's going to be 50 autonomous vehicles. We're all about to get a ride on it. It's pretty epic. And then you saw all the bots, and you can be able to walk among the bots. The bots are around us. They're going to be walking everywhere. So I can't wait to show you that as we get really close up with these humanoid bots. They look fantastic, don't they? So there you go. We're
Yeah.
just waiting now for the next stage of this show.
And Herbert, make sure to really make a high quality video, of course, also when you sit in the car and everything. Please do that and share this with us.
Or come back with us when you're doing that so we can go along for the ride.
Yeah, I think you should do both, so we have it high quality as well, not in this pixel mush, of course. Yeah.
All right, Herbert, we will check back in with you momentarily. Talk to you soon. Okay. That's a person in a suit, but I mean, isn't it?
No, it's a robot. Look at the hand, look at the wrist.
No, it's a dressed Tesla bot.
No, the hands. Look at the hands, the wrists.
Yeah, no, it's just a dressed up Tesla bot.
Yeah, dressed up robot. Ooh, that is Westworld.
Is that the two?
That is Westworld.
Is it 2-seat or the 4-seat? For the,
Two.
Oh, that's
that
creepy.
Two-seater.
Yeah, the roof slope would be insufficient for head clearance. Unless your passengers didn't have heads, which I think we can't rule out at this point. That RoboVan is absolutely crazy. And this is why you needed your closed-toed shoes, is because, as we all know, robots get very jealous that humans have toes. So I think that's probably
So one thing for the robo, like the smaller compact is even like, I think, okay, the big high density passenger van is also crazy. Like it's nice, but I really want to see this thing with the steering wheel again, because I live in Europe. We don't have FSD available. So I think it just makes sense to pop in a steering wheel. And since this is steer by wire, obviously, because it's driving autonomously, making a small joystick in front, like the Cybertruck, it could be converted. So I'm very curious about what they will do with the internationalization of this thing. So that's just my angle, obviously, because I'm sitting here in Europe.
Well, I'd like to tell you what I'd like to tell you what I think the RoboVan looks like is an Art Deco locomotive. Don't you think?
Yeah, a little bit. True. Yeah, with the lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just a fun one. Wow.
So I'm
amazing.
on
This
the
will
Tesla
sell like
website,
hotcakes.
and there's a couple. So when they're talking, this is actually interesting. So they're showing all three, and they're trying to sell all three based on, if you hit the tab of like We Robot, and the Robo Taxi, hail your car and use as long as you need. So they're selling this as long as you need for errands, commuting, and more. Next tab is RoboVan, autonomous transport for groups or goods, for mass transit, construction to food services. And then the last one, they're actually saying Tesla Bot, help with daily tasks like completing house chores or running errands. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So they're putting this on the website, and they're saying here are the features and benefits to these products that they're offering.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Wow.
Wow, it's right.
Yeah, it's mind blowing. Like because now it's coming together with with the Wii robot thing. These three categories that they've opened up now will have a ripple effect on the whole company, and this kind of sets the stage or the baseline for the next generation of Tesla. What's gonna look like in the and this is actually now, as we could see. So they are pretty close. They wouldn't show the product release when they weren't far with FSD, and we've experienced FSD. Everybody, I think, here on the panel tested FSD at least. I had 12.4.1 that I've tested, the last version I've tested, and which was insane already. I haven't tested it on a daily basis, and I think there's still stuff to do. But Herbert is on back, so let's see.
Herbert is back. What is going on, my friend? Let's see. I need to select. Oops. What is going on, my friend? Talk to us.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So right in front of me, it's going to be the robo, the cyber cabs. Here they come. There's the cyber cab right there. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
So how was your first impression seeing
one.
this in real life? How's your impression,
two.
Herbert?
Actually, Jan,
So
we
they're now
got.
starting
I
to get
got
the rides out.
So, Herbert, here's the questions we need answers to. Is it metal? Is it painted?
Okay, did you guys see that?
Yes. Is it metal and is it painted? Painted metal or plastic
It
or
looks
stainless?
like it's metal to me. It looks steel, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's why.
You need to touch it when you get in. Please touch it.
Yeah,
and
knock
feel.
on it. Knock
Do you have
on
a
it.
hammer? Do you have a hammer with you, Herbert?
Knock on it. A steel ball. Throw a steel ball like Tesla on the Silicon Valley always does.
Yeah, it's you know, there's manufacturing questions that we're going to struggle to get answers to. Yep, we'll see in a bit. So yeah, that is fun. I feel like there are answers that that I can't get through a camera. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, the real question on everyone's mind is, do you have a hammer with you? Because because that's the quality. So
Maybe
yeah,
you can share the screen again with the stream, so we at
Yes.
least see the robot doing stuff.
Are you? Yeah, you're seeing that. So the people are talking to the robot, and it's picking up items as they direct.
Whoa.
And
okay,
Oh,
crazy.
they're playing Rochambeau.
Look at this.
can't believe it. How did I lose? Oh, you're gonna give him a fist
Oh
bump?
yeah. No,
Oh,
really? Does he
maybe.
understand that?
It'd be funny if he
Wow.
goes to do a fist bump and he just rips his hand off. No,
Goes on the
and they just rampage on the first night. They've been waiting so long.
Yeah,
that motion
it's
is
Westworld,
so.
it's Westworld.
That motion is so human. It's so. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
And
Crazy.
there you go. You, hang on. Oh my gosh.
Like,
Is
do you know
that
how difficult
teleoperated?
that
Do you
is
think
to
this
pick-
is Do you
it's
think
It was
picking these things
definitely.
up with,
Oh,
like, touch
Herbert is back.
sensitivity.
Herbert is back. Herbert, are you back? Well, we'll leave him up until he tells us if he's back or not. So this is just another view there in the corner of the event. Not sure what that thing is there, but this is.
Well, I think it looks. Does it look teleoperated to you?
Yeah.
The one
I
at
think
the
it's
bar
tele-
definitely looked teleoperated to me.
Yeah, this too. This too.
Yeah.
This looks teleoperated. So I
The,
think
the
they are
hands and
teleoperated.
fingers that were.
Yeah,
you
also
know.
the spontaneous movements kind of that doesn't look like AI to me.
No,
But-
the hands. The hands.
Yeah.
Were had better more movement, and they
Mhm.
also had more finger like wrappings on it.
You know, it's fun. So a quick word to all of you on X who despise Elon Musk and all things Elon Musk. You are giving him money with every nasty comment you leave, and I am here for it. Thank you for being part of the experience. You are valuable, and we appreciate you and your efforts toward the mission. So good job.
It
Yeah.
looks like she's communicating with it for sure.
Yes, but like you said with teleoperation, is it communicating with her? Is she communicating with it, or? But you know what? That is the exact same pattern from before.
It doesn't matter at this point. Look at the. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
This stuff they'll figure out. But look at the sensitivity. Look at the movement. It doesn't matter if this is teleoperated. You can program that with
Sure.
after the fact.
They need more data, of course. They need a lot of movement data from humans to being teleoperated. But it's important, like Scott Walter also talked about this, that it can map itself to the right spot where it is. So for the precision. So it's already impressive that you have like teleoperation that doesn't kind of break the movements too much.
Yeah.
Like when you know what I mean. It's I think it's complex topic to really do, but
Like
I
Brian,
think it
you
is.
were saying
Yeah.
earlier, you're like, oh, it's just a human dressed as a robot.
It
That's
convinced
how,
me. It
yeah,
convinced me. The motions were so fluid and organic
and
that
that's what
until I
matters.
saw the wrist, I was like, wait a minute. Unless they're using a double amputee, that's a robot.
One thing I noticed was that for the
I think the stream ended.
Oh,
RoboVan,
okay.
He said, $1 to $2. Well, he said, sorry, 5 to 10 cents per mile per person. So 20 people, that means you can get it down to like $1 to $2 per mile. So potentially $1 per mile is a goal for that RoboVan. So 20 cents for the Cybercab per mile, and then $1 for the RoboVan, which is the RoboVan looks basically like a half bus. Which, if you could also,
I counted 14 seats
I think he said 20, but I think
in
they
that
had-
in that configuration. The one that we saw, I thought I counted 14, but
yeah, you could have a higher density configuration.
sure.
Whoa, I just had a pretty interesting idea because if you, Brian, if you would show the RoboVan again for 1 second, because it's just switching through, but maybe you can click on that. So imagine this thing just driving behind, or this thing driving behind autonomously behind a Cybertruck for going camping, because you don't need the connection anymore, just as a train kind of. You're in the train, just like, I mean,
Why would it follow you?
Of course, yeah.
Or just
It
ride
makes
in it,
way more
or
sense.
just have it meet you there.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you do is you take the Cybertruck off-roading, and then at the end of the night, you just instead of camping, you just go 2 miles out to the real road where it's waiting for you, and fight off the raccoons to get in, of course,
absolutely.
because
I mean, they will already have gained access to the thing, obviously, the raccoon. So yeah.
well, that's the beauty is I think we're going to see. There's a B pillar camera. I'm waiting for it to recognize my face because I look enough like a raccoon that then they'll be able to get into my car. So that's
Exactly, that's how it works. Yeah.
Also,
That
the
is-
size of it would be for all the short haul delivery things. Like instead of like a semi truck and then drop down to this thing for a cargo van, and it's low roll in, roll out type of things. And for platooning, where you have them following each other, then the ones behind would do 30% less energy usage because they would have less air resistance on their vehicles.
Yeah. Oh, Digital Blade Canada, long-time viewer. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you were in here earlier and I didn't see you, I apologize for that. But there have been a lot of comments. When Elon spoke, he underhyped it. But when I saw the bots, I knew I needed to invest more in that company. Of course, not investment advice. We are not investment advisors. And I can tell you that of all the companies I've invested in, I've done okay on one and great on another. And the great, of course, being Tesla, because I bought in March of 2019 in my IRA. So I assume my widow and survivors will do very well with it someday. But because, it's a long time, man. What am I going to do?
Okay, well, I have to drop off. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Brian,
very much,
I
Brian, for
appreciate
being
you
on.
joining us. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Oh, man.
Ciao, Brian.
What fun. We've also got this comment. World changing on so many levels. I agree, but I saw that yesterday. So I didn't see it, but this is what a lot of us who've been following this are not surprised. Jan, I know you're not surprised. You've been looking, you and I have had lengthy conversations about the vision.
Yeah.
And it's, pretty
But
great.
but no, it's interesting to see it now, like unfolding, like everything coming together. This is something you cannot deny because it's visually pretty far off. And I know you can say, oh, the bots are teleoperated here and there, but no, it's about the whole vision and about the Tesla bots walking around this is something they are already did, for example. And now the robot on the bar maybe being teleoperated. Okay, fine. But the robo taxi that we saw, and also the whole vision coming together, is crazy to see. Also that the Model Ys are driving around and everything. It's amazing what's happening there, and it's not too far off. I can really see maybe in a restricted area, because where can those robot taxis can be operated? I think obviously just like Waymo does, in an area that they can geofence it just and let it drive around to be safe, because of course we have these edge cases still in FSD that you can say, maybe here and there you would need to maybe
Well, I think they would only want to roll
not
it out in areas where they have the inductive charging already ready. You're going to need a depot for it, for cleaning, for charging, for, I don't know. It would make sense to then have routine maintenance items specific to the vehicle, all the wiper blades and
but also
whatever.
a very much known route. And that's the important part here, that FSD performs perfectly, because then I think they can go to lawmakers and kind of show them. Because, of course, obviously, when it doesn't work kind of in some areas, I think this is very good, and this will improve significantly towards the next year, I think.
Yeah. Yep. And and confirmation again, bots will be for sale. Yeah. It's interesting. Boy, I tell you, there are some real lunatics on X. It's fun because I never see them. I don't engage with those kinds of people, but this is apparently open to the public. So, robots handing out gift bags is fun. Fun fact, Jeff Songster, also fun. Yeah, if I'd gotten a ticket, he was going to drive down with me, but was not meant to be. Franz is my hero. Franz's designs. Franz is going to have a more lasting impact on automotive design than any of his contemporaries, for sure. There are... I did this fun video where I said, you know what? Cybertruck is ugly. It's terrible. Let me show you some real iconic vehicles. And I showed 30 vehicles and then revealed, oh yeah, all designed by one guy who appreciates the Cybertruck and is amazed by the design. So yeah, this is iconic. Man, I'd really like to be able to physically touch one of those and know what it is. Looks like we've got a special guest in the house.
All right. Show us the juice.
Uh-oh. Your camera's off, Scott. Scott, where's your camera? If you got it, we cannot see it.
Scott, you have... Yeah, well... No video, Scott. No video.
There you are. Yeah. We gotcha.
Ooh. Scott, are these teleoperated? Scott, are these teleoperated? We have to know if they are teleoperated.
I don't think anyone there will be able to know.
Yeah, but you can tell. Maybe Scott sees it in detail.
Oh, that's true. He has.
Yeah, he's closer.
He does have. Yeah.
Oh, Chrome Tesla, but would be nice, yeah.
So, Brian, welcome back. We've got Scott
wait
Walter shooting this. Yeah?
This is not teleoperated because this movement, this exact movement was in the trailer. So I think they are playing movements. They can trigger movements.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's partially like these are maybe triggered, but at least we saw that in the trailer exactly like this. These are pre-planned. They're in a showcase mode, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, store demo mode.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they already showed many of those movements already.
So my question is, and it would be for Scott, could he hear me, is how close to commercialization is this? Are we going to see these, are we going to see the factory start cranking them out? Because it appears, I don't know what obstacles remain at this point. Is it that there's a couple actuators here and there that need additional reliability before they can go into wide production? Because these look ready to go. I've seen a number of absolute clowns in the comments saying things like, and not just here, but I mean generally, oh, Boston Dynamics did this years ago. No, they didn't. Boston Dynamics works on QR codes. Those are all on rails. It's like a difference between an open world video game and the kind you play at the mall where it's a shooter and you're just like riding in a roller coaster cart. It couldn't be more different. And of course, they still have human bouncers. Hello, Scott.
Scott.
But the Optimi were talking to each other, playing some games, rock, paper, scissors, making some jokes. I'm not sure how well it came up. I'm trying to get the camera to switch around a little bit better. Just give you a minute here.
It came out great.
It came out great, but Scott,
he can't hear us. It's very loud.
Yeah.
And now there we are. Scott, can you hear us? Let me try this. Are they tele-operated? And then I'll pin that. That way, when he comes back, we can just point. Yeah. Someone had asked, where are they made? And the answer to that was, the answer to that is right now they're being made in not Los Angeles, but the old HP building or near it. Scott, are they teleoperated? Teleoperated.
It's all teleoperated?
Are they?
I don't know. If they are, I don't know where they're doing it. But there seem to be, it's hard to tell. I could not tell you whether it is or not, but they certainly seem to be interacting with each other, walking amongst the crowd, but definitely being escorted. So they're chaperoned quite closely, so you can't get very close to the Optimus.
Yeah. Human bouncers. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, wow.
Okay. It's hard to say whether it's actually interacting with the other Optimus or whether it's kind of a nice little script that they're playing back or whether it's real time.
Yes.
So Scott, if you can hear,
we're taught, and now they are just sort of pulling out what they want to do, some sort of predefined scripts. That's possible, or it could be actual live.
Yeah. How soon could they sell them? How soon could they sell them?
I don't know. These actuators are very quiet. I think we remember the other actuators that we've seen before were very loud. You could kind of hear.
The other Optimus robot back there has a shirt on, and you could see it glittering right here. So I asked one of the
Ken. Yeah, Jan and I know Ken. Well, great.
I gotta pop off here, guys.
You've muted.
I got an early morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Simon's about to pop off. All right. It was good having you on. Thanks for being here. We'll talk to you soon. I don't think Scott knows that he is muted. Whoops.
Just unmute him.
It's saying can't unmute because they chose to mute. He's muted. And he doesn't know
Press
it.
some buttons again. Scott, you're muted if you hear us. Yeah. But it looks like a good interview.
It looks great. Scott. No. We can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. You guys, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Scott, you're muted.
You're muted, Scott. You're muted. Okay.
Well, we have some
audio
fun.
is
No. You hit the mute button. Okay, we'll get there. Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back. So the YouTube stream is still running. I can't tell if this is new footage or a repeated footage. Yeah. So anything else we want to talk about? I think we should definitely try to wait another 15 minutes or so for Herbert to see if he can give us an exciting drive, because it would be very exciting if we could get him. We are at 4 hours and 20 minutes, but we still have 31,408 viewers. Boy, I'd really like to know what this material is. It could be plastic. It's just impossible to tell. I think those wheel covers are artificially large. They're just designed to make it look cool. There's no reason for the wheels to have low profile tires on them. That would just make the ride rougher and it more pothole prone. And those tires are more expensive and don't last as long. Put cheap, comfy, easy wheels on it. It's not like you're going to be, needing to do the slaloms at 90. And I'm sure someone will come back tomorrow and say, "Oh, what about what if the apocalypse happens?" Right? We don't plan that way. That's not how it works. So yeah, and this, compare the cost of this to the cost of a Waymo. This car costs less than the Ioniq does before they add the sensors. Oh my gosh!
I mean, this is seriously, this is so insane that the LiDAR technology that we have on the Waymo, I tested those in San Francisco, and it's interesting to see actually that just with Vision AI, that's the game changer here. That's a crazy thing, and we've already seen that all those LiDAR startups are just off the charts now. They're gone. I mean, not off the charts. I mean, they're gone. They are falling off a cliff, to say it bluntly. And everybody who relied on this technology, and everybody laughed at Elon saying that years ago, like, no LiDAR. Everybody pulled back R&D investments. Every major company did that. Every car company did that kind of. And this shows you that this is the future. And I hope they have a partnership in plan, especially with hopefully a German car manufacturer. But at some point, I just want to see here. That's so sad. But it will take at least 5 years to implement this technology to different brands.
Absolutely. And the trick becomes, again, if Waymo had a level 5 solution that was actually universal, that could actually be deployed where you don't need an army of teleoperators supervising every drive, then it would still take them 3 to 5 years to get those vehicles into production. And that's not a viable business plan when these can be turned on. Not these, but
you can see
the other ones.
Here you can see how the doors are opening. Look how far they are reaching out from the side. You can see that this is easy access.
This is a grown adult standing comfortably.
Yeah, look at that.
I would call those butterfly wings more than scissors.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's reasonably straightforward.
I mean, look, also the foot room you have. Like I've made a screenshot right now. So,
all right, I'll get that up when you share it.
Yeah, there's no center console in between.
Exactly. Yeah.
The seats and where the pedals would be going over to the passenger and driver's side. It's just perfectly smooth.
And that does look reasonably easy to get in and out of. I think it's a little lower than some people might like, but yeah. How crazy.
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
I think aesthetically, I was blown away. The only thing I think I was trying to predict that I wanted was the integration with Grok, some kind of, being able to speak to the car or speak to the Tesla. But other than that, I think it was very close to what I was saying, where he gave you some information, but he didn't go that deep into it.
Yeah. No door handles. Right. Where we're going, we don't need door handles. Pretty crazy. I think that this vehicle can be mass produced cost effectively. I think
They
people
have
who
50 already. This should tell you something.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But that those are from the test lines. But
Right.
at least they have a production.
Well, I took it as that they have 20 and that they have a total of 50 vehicles if you include the 3s and Ys, which not as exciting, but they probably just removed the steering wheel. You can make 20 of anything. They make 20 of things for movies that they then destroy. But there are a lot of people who still don't understand that this is done. This is a done deal. Oh, well, they'll never get approval because LiDAR or because insurance. My guy, it's already done. That's in the past. There are more places that still have regulatory requirements. Oh, but NHTSA doesn't regulate this. This is regulated at the state level. There's no federal laws. And again, safety certification is self-certified at all manufacturers. Your initial crash tests are done in-house. Now, you will later get ratings from the Insurance Institute or NHTSA, or I guess it's not NHTSA, but there's another one that does it. Those are secondary. Those are not binding. It won't work because XYZ. My friend, we're past that. If you wish to be cynical or skeptical, you need new talking points. This is insanely exciting. And, a real, actually, you know what it is? A real kick in the nuts that none of us got to go. So that's interesting. Let's add Scott back to the mix. We have got Scott in the house. Scott, what is going on? What did Ken have to say? Because we couldn't hear you. You were on mute. Oh, boy. That's... well, I imagine everyone is trying to stream right now from that location, making it challenging. People dancing with robots. There we are. All right, Scott, what do you got for us, my friend? I don't think he knows we're here. Oh, maybe. All right. Scott, can you share any revelations, any new information?
If it's being remote controlled, then you get a very clever person interacting, or it's got very clever AI. You can interact with the voice.
So he believes not teleoperated, but a very clever AI.
Or just playing that. So Optimus is interacting with the crowd, being asked to do things. Just his interaction with Optimus, it was difficult to film. And I asked him to mirror my moves. And what he would do is if I lifted up my left hand, he lifted up his left hand. So rather than mirroring exactly what I was doing, I was expecting if I put this hand up, you did the same thing. He did the opposite. So in other words, my right arm went up, his right arm went up. My left arm went up, his went up, even though we were looking straight at each other. It was a rather interaction, almost felt very human-like, which means we still don't know. We haven't been told whether actually is AI in there doing it, speaking and interacting and making certain moves, or if it's someone who's remotely controlling it. That's what we have to find out. We're not getting an answer, so I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Well, part of it was unsafe, and part of it is that if there's like a real AI in there, I want to ask it, first, if I do this, what am I doing? And I wanted him
Oh.
to say, touching your nose. And I say, all right, Optimus, touch your nose. You should realize I don't have a nose. And then it's like, well, if you had a nose, where should you touch it? And Optimus could not do this, could only go about there. It was really far away. Touch your ear, Optimus was about there, way far out. So you wouldn't come very close to touching any potential body parts or anything like that. So it's rather interesting. But the one thing I will say is that the movement is very silent. Before you were always hearing the actuators whining and making lots of noise, at least in the videos that we've seen, and seem to be very quiet. So if I can figure out how to get my camera to finally turn around, I've changed the settings on here a dozen times and it doesn't take it any time. StreamYard is very picky that way. So
Yeah.
I'll try to be back if I can get that to work.
All right. Scott, thank you for checking in. We'll talk to you in a little bit. All right. Well, fascinating stuff, of course. Oh. What do we think of the styling?
So for me, it's a total win. Like I said, this thing on European roads will sell like hotcakes immediately. I can really, like, a two-seater, the size is sufficient enough for many things to do. I would be interested if it has a frunk, and the storage solutions is interesting. I wanted to see that, but other than that, it's interesting to see that, and also seeing that deployed. But of course, at first, I think we will see obviously Juniper being rolled out and being available for pre-orders someday at some point, or not pre-orders, or to order it directly. I think this will be the base for the $25,000 or under $30,000 car, obviously. But yeah.
So Japan Gifts says, can the bot talk? And we understand it can. It's been out there telling jokes. But this was a better question. So not to say that wasn't a good question. It was an easy question. I'm happy to answer it. What will drive Tesla's growth in 2025? And I don't know how much of this will drive growth. I don't know how much of bot will drive growth. I think they will both happen to some degree somewhere in 2025. I don't think they're going to drive growth in big ways. What do you guys think?
Well, he said 2026, right?
Well, what I mean is, I think that 2025 is going to be all about Juniper. I think the price will be about the same or lower. It'll be a much better car. I think a lot of people will trade in their existing Model Ys for the new one, like we saw with Highland. And if it was, if money wasn't an object, everybody who had a Model 3 would trade up to the Highland now, because it's a really great car. I mentioned earlier, Jan, when you weren't here, that I drove yours on the Autobahn. I didn't mention that part. So
what?
It was fun. You were asleep.
Why haven't you told me?
You were asleep for like 3 seconds.
I thought I had FSD. That's why I was confused. And
yeah,
I didn't know it was so meaty.
Yeah, full meat driving is not ideal. Have you seen the way meat drives? Hey, what are you doing? You're really going to play skee ball? You're really going to go there and play skee ball? Okay.
I love skee ball.
Me too, but at this, what are you guys? Maybe that's why I wasn't invited. It's because I wouldn't play skee ball.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's interesting to see. I don't see that this will drive growth in 2025. I think the sales of Juniper will do that even more a little bit, because it's a real product to purchase directly. But I see that the concept, and if they just pop in the steering wheel again, like, in 2026 somewhere, or even not, and then the rollout is at first with robotaxis, because I think it makes sense to skip this phase. But I think there's a lot of sales potential for these products. Even if, I mean, it depends on the European approval of FSD. If it's approved earlier, then I would be glad not to have a steering wheel anymore. But I would love to drive this thing as well. I think it's awesome. I'm still in the camp of having this as a car. Yeah.
Somebody in here, I can't find it now, said that it kind of looks, oh, there it is. Cybercab kind of looks like a Chrysler Crossfire with vertical doors. Would you like to
True.
see it? It looks like that.
Okay. No, it's off. Nah, not really.
Okay, this one maybe a little, but
no. Not even close, I think.
I'll allow it because, you know, it's not that crazy. It's not as crazy as some of the other things we have seen, the other claims. Wait, is this still going?
The rear end of the Cybercat had a very Aptera look.
With the teardrop kind of thing.
The flat, light, yeah.
I really want to know the efficiency. I really want to know the drivetrain.
And nothing was Osborne. Nothing was Osborne in this event. And it leads me to think, why would they even make another vehicle with the steering wheel now? We really think there's going to be a cheaper Tesla with the steering wheel?
Yeah, I think so, you know, absolutely, 100%, because Europe will take at least 3 or 4 years to really get robotaxis there, so they need the selling point. And I think this thing will be produced in Berlin as well at some point, because it makes so much sense to have a smaller car in Europe. For Italy, for France, for Germany, there are so many use cases where this would sell like hotcakes.
Well, I don't know, you guys. I was going to buy a Model 3 rear wheel, but instead I'm going to get a Robovan. Those are not the same market segment, are they?
No.
A no steering wheel lounge. It's one of the two. I can't decide. So I would agree. Osborne effect, not in play. For those who don't know what the Osborne effect is, Osborne Computer said, yeah, we've got this great graphics card, but in like 3 months, we've got a graphics card that's twice as good and half the price. You're not going to believe it. And sales collapsed to zero, and they went out of business, and that new graphic card never came because they were gone.
Now you see how the doors are opening. Have you seen that?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
How they open up. I like the butterfly doors.
Yeah.
They're very, I mean, okay. Now imagine this in a parking lot. Now it gets tricky. When you would park it yourself, because then it's,
But does it swing any wider than regular car doors?
You're right. Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Because we thought that with the Model X, but they parked it next to a minivan and found that it was actually easier to get out. I would very much like to know just how much cargo space that is, because I'm guessing it is a lot. And the beauty is it is completely closed off from view. Yeah. So if you wanted to go around breaking into cars, you'd have to break into a lot before you find something. Which is helpful. A lot of these vehicles are meant to be San Francisco proof. I met a number of people in Florida who said San Francisco is a war zone. My friends, I can assure you it is not. I have been there recently with my children, parked, had lunch, shopped. It was lovely. Every city has bad parts, and no, our car wasn't broken into. It was fine. It's not, watch your back like any city.
I was there too. I think it was a little strange to see in the main cities that you really have spread out like strange tweakers.
A lot of drugs. We have freedom though.
But overall,
So we have the freedom to drugs. And they've gotten very potent and affordable, which I'm told is great. I don't think those doors stick out more than.
No, that's fine. No,
you were. Hey, look, it's the Friends fountain from the beginning of Friends.
Oh yeah.
When I was in the Waymo and tested it, there was actually somebody approaching the vehicle like really fast and like he wanted to get in, and then the car just drove further, so it went off. But a lot of crazy, strange people running around and trying to tinker with the robo taxis, with the Waymos.
I would address this real quick. Brian's very left-leaning. Am I? Because, I mean, like, I own guns, and I've taught Sunday school. No, I'm fact-based. So I know that sometimes makes me look too conservative or too liberal, but the facts are the science data. I mean, it's just what it is. So I don't know about that.
I thought you were talking about me.
I don't know your politics. I think you own guns, don't you?
I don't particularly own them, but I take a lot of photos of them all day.
Oh, that's why I probably was confused.
Yeah, yeah. My mom
Yeah.
does. My mom. I mean, I live in Texas. My mom lives on a ranch, and we grew up in Corpus Christi, which is one of the largest energy hubs of the country. So it's I'm from right wing country, I would say, but you know, I haven't always been that way. I've swung both ways. I actually supported Bernie Sanders, and but not me too much these days. I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah, facts and you know, basic good ideas, I think, goes a long way.
Yeah. And that can, if you're adhering to facts, you're going to wind up on different sides of the political spectrum depending on the
Exactly.
issue in
Exactly.
many cases.
Yeah.
A comment said maybe it looks a little like a Gen 1 Insight. First of all, how dare you? But second of all, kind of, yeah, I can see that. I can see that, but
A little Insight, little Crossfire, and a little Aptera.
with very believable wheels. They're cool looking. Those will not be on the final. Everything else looks like it
You don't think
absolutely
so?
can. No, because those go out past the perimeter of the wheel, and we know that induces damage from the Cybertruck wheel covers. So that's very cool. Boy, this whole event is really well put together, I think. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep. So in this configuration, but you could easily add another row there. Yeah, and you could also make them, yeah. Oh, gosh. T Diddle's in the house. If you guys don't know, this is a fun game you can play in your Tesla, and it's free. I've made a video about it on my channel. You can check it out. I would like to remind everyone that it's not too late to like or subscribe or give it the thumbs up. More people will find it. We still have 30,607 viewers here, with almost all of them on other channels. So let's see here. Everyone, yeah. Let's see anything else that's super critical. I don't know how much longer we want to go. I have been online now for 4 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's getting down to it. Guys, in the comments, why don't you give us some closing thoughts, and we'll see if Scott or Herbert shows up again before we sign off. Why don't we plan on signing off in 6 minutes at 9:15, unless one of those gentlemen shows up. Let's see. Blade Runner car. I can see that. Is that all from Tesla? Yeah. That's all. That's all. Just something that can replace the largest profession, driving, and the largest addressable market overall, human labor. So yeah, just that,
Yeah.
and mass transit, just that.
Well, they haven't invented time travel, so the stock's gonna tank.
I mean, without time travel, guys, what are we even doing? And by the way, shout out to, oh my gosh, I've been online too long. The guy who showed the picture of the New York City without cars and then without horses. What's his name? Oh, help me out. Somebody in the comments. The FutureAzA guy. It'll get there in a second. Where's the app demo? Absent. It is not there. Tony Seba. So yeah, Tony Seba is thank you. Carolyn got it first. Maybe Gustav got it first. No, Carolyn got it first. Tony Seba, unauthorized time traveler. I don't mean to call him out, but when you're disclosing the future like that, it's, the commission will find out. And if you want to know what's happening in the future, I guess listen to time travelers like Tony Seba. I should get him on the show sometime. That would be quite a get. Anything else we need to cover here? The event is going to take time to sink in. Two new robocars introduced, more optimized Optimus. Solid products, but no fanfare. See, if they just add teleoperators like Waymo and Cruise use, they can launch, today. They can do it today. There are plenty of people trying to guess what it'll do tomorrow. I don't cover short-term valuation, so I have no earthly idea. Do you guys have any thoughts?
One thing I noticed is there are absolutely no lane markers on the roads, and I was listening to, I think it was the Farzad, episode, and they were talking about how. So I think one of his guests was talking about how, they would Tesla would even pay to repaint the entire lot because they're going to have this place made perfect. They're going to make sure it's perfect. And look at them; they're doing it at night. No lane markers, nothing. It looks like they didn't do anything to the ground really to try to make it, more safer for this environment.
Easier.
Seems like, easier for the software. Seems like they just made some routes and did it.
And I imagine for movies, when they stripe the road, they use tape instead of paint so that it can be removed the next day. Yeah. And it would have been very easy to stripe those roads temporarily. It would have cost like nothing. It would have cost a couple $100. But it doesn't need it. And we know that because we've used Summon. I've used Summon. And for that matter, all of us here have used FSD. So it is, the haters are unfortunately out of ammunition. I always used to follow the haters because some of the things they said had merit. When Tesla had a looming bond maturing in 2019, Tesla had convertible debt that if the stock price was at a certain price, they'd just take the stock. If it was below that price, they needed to pony up billions. And they would share things like that. Well, those things are gone. And now they're sticking with dumb stuff like it won't be legal or it's not real. I mean, guys, Cybertruck isn't real either. I heard that for years. And now it is. So, yeah. Have you seen Optimus with that sharp shirt? Damn. I'll be honest. That was a good looking Optimus. Yeah.
So I think even Optimus just in the idle modes or in the showroom modes kind of will, for example, like putting clothes on this thing, for example, having that as a activation in a store or something like this for 20K is apps or 30K, whatever they're, this will have enough value and enough hype factor if you're an early adopter or first mover, I think. Because if you have, or even if you could teleoperate it a little bit, that would be like, you could rent all those things for at least 1K a day and earn your money back in 30 days, or even, 1.5 or whatever you can charge for that. But it's a showstop, like how do you say it in English? People
Mic
will
drop?
stop
I don't know.
just
a showstopper.
A showstopper, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank goodness there are no demonstrations of mental illness in the chat. So you guys, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Definitely none. Guys, thank you for hanging out with us. Low these 4 hours and 48 minutes. There will be endless videos coming for this 4 days, I am sure. Everybody else, like, subscribe, do what you got to do. Head on over to Tesla Fist, the channel. Fix. Oh, Tesla Fix. I couldn't remember. You just hit with such force. I assumed that's what it was. And looks like we timed it just right with the live stream timing out too. Everybody else, do what you do. Stay tuned, stay juicy, and I cannot wait to hear from you clever robots on, well, you know what? From Herbert's here. I guess I should add him. Jesus Christ.
Why not?
Man, Herbert. Herbert.
Whoa,
oh my gosh. Herbert, you were absolutely, you were 2 seconds. Well, let's see if he's even here.
Have you touched it? Have you touched it?
There you are. We were literally in the final seconds of the sign off when you came back.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm live right now, waiting to get into a demo ride with a Cybercab. but unfortunately they have 50 autonomous vehicles, but 30 of them are Model Ys, and the rest, 20 of them are the Cybercabs. It's already past our 9 o'clock time, but you got to kind of wait for it, and then we might have to go around and reset up again, but that's what we're waiting for right now. So if you look here, you'll see that this is where all the cars are coming, and quite a number of them are the Model Y still. And then you'll see
Yeah.
a few of the Cybercaps. So we're just trying to wait to see if we can find one and stream that live with everybody.
I would love to know, if you can hear me, what the
I can hear you.
material that it is made out of is. If it is steel,
Okay.
like your car, if it is plastic, if it is aluminum, whatever you can tell. Is it painted?
I will.
Is it plastic? Is it metal?
Visually, it looks like it's steel. Do you know if the Cybercab is steel?
We'll share that information on our website.
Okay. So they said that they'll share it on their website. Here comes one right now. Take a look at
Yeah.
this, guys.
Yeah.
Here it goes.
Fucking,
Here
of
it is.
course.
Here it goes, guys.
Yeah. Looking good.
Wow.
Oh,
Look at it.
Jesus, that's such a nice car.
It looks
Yeah,
so
I want to own one of those.
Yeah. But at 20 and 2 riders each, it's going to take days. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very interesting.
No rear view window. No rear view window. No, in the back, right? Why do you think? Solid. Yeah.
Doesn't need any windows.
I think it's for safety of the actual at least cost is the first thing, and the second thing is that your luggage is protected, like really enclosed.
Yep. And you don't. Yeah. What do you need to see for?
I'm excited to see the electric.
Well, very cool.
Oh, I hope they get.
Oh, it'll be.
Oh, is
The
it
line
auto
remains
closing?
long.
Yeah, it's auto closing. You just saw it. It's auto closing. Yeah, of course. It's
Yeah.
automatically closing, right?
Yeah.
So
Come
Herbert,
back in. We'll come back in if we get in.
We're
See you guys.
gonna.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. But yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and good night.
It was good.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank
See you soon. Bye. Bye, everybody. Thanks.